Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. I'm gonna win. Flip the letter, I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. And I gotta cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. I'm gonna win. I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. I'm gonna win. Flip the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Yeah, big step. Straight to pushing cut your way.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Guys, welcome to Lenovo Intel presents India's top gamer featuring Mythpat, and we are here. It's me, Manas, alongside with Nico, and we are looking forward to the games today. They are pretty much a repeat of your upper bracket semi-finals that did take place, with maybe a bit of a change because this time Asian will be playing. This time, last time it was Shekan filling in for him, so with those changes, that might also change their outcome coming in for the side of Revenants, because last time it went 3-1 in favor of Old Gods. Old Gods was looking strong. Technically, in that matchup, Revenants were the most favored team, but upsets do happen in our game. We do love to see them happen, and their paths meet yet again now in the lower bracket.
And I am curious to see what they are going to come because I saw OG play yesterday, and this time I'll be getting able to see Revenant play, and it's interesting how these two teams are going to clash. And since you said that they have old history, it is going to be fun. And yeah, so guys, this is the prize pool. A very beautiful prize pool. Can you walk me through it, Madness?
Yeah, so that's first place gets 50k, second place gets 30k, third place gets 20k. Basically, today's matchup is that jump off of that 10k because the top three teams have already been decided. So anybody playing right now in the tournament that you do see has already locked in money, and that's always a good thing moving on forward in a tournament, that you have money secured. But you always want to go for those higher marks coming in. Kakao have already reached to that grand finalist that will be tomorrow. It's up to see which of these two teams today will be meeting them there, and whose journey in India's top gamer featuring Mythpat ends today, because that would be a sad thing happening. And just given how it went last time, you can see the brackets over here. Like Kakao beat their team, Ego is 3-0. Revenants, that's Revenants versus Old Gods, the other upper bracket semifinals, the one you should have your eye on. That's where Old Gods won 3-1 against Revenants, knocking them down to face Egoists, where they won 3-0. And yet, after yesterday's matches where Kakao made quick work of Old Gods, taking them down in 3-0 fashion, now Old Gods and Revenants meet yet again in the lower bracket finals to determine who faces Kakao Gaming in tomorrow's matchup.
Definitely, because whoever is going to be winning today's game is going to be qualifying for the grand finals. Just to let you guys know, this is the best of five, so both of these teams will be getting a chance. OG is getting another chance to qualify to the grand finals, and Revenant, it is their last chance to qualify for the grand finals. So they have to go head to head and see how it is going to turn out.
Like you're saying, it is a best of five. It is fearless draft coming in. Some of these players in both teams have shorter pools when you go to the later parts of that 5-team matchup. But last time it only went to 4 games. Old Gods really want to keep up that streak of this battle against Revenants, try and go into a higher form between them, because unfortunately for them, it hasn't been going the way they wanted. Like, they beat Revenants out, but they fell down to Kakao in pretty nice fashion. And with SHL Esports out of the tournament, right, it is Kakao as the favorites heading in to this game in the future over here. And I think Kakao showed everybody why they should be known as the top dogs right now, given that they have eliminated everyone pretty much in a 3-0 fashion since our playoffs have started. And they haven't dropped a single game throughout this tournament yet.
Definitely, definitely. They like yesterday the way they were playing, it was amazing. They were there for their team. They knew who to focus and how to end the fight and when to initiate the fights. But like for OG, they need to step up if they really want to get their game on today. They cannot make the same mistakes that they did yesterday. And I feel like Revenant has an idea of how they are going to play because they watched them play yesterday, and they have an idea. They have an advantage. So it is. I don't know I don't know what's the prediction going to be. You guys leave it in the chat and let us know what the prediction is going to be. Is it going to be 3-0, 3-1, or are we going to game 5? We do not know yet. It is exciting to see. And since you saw these players play before, like we are already going to the banning phase, and then we're gonna lock in on the champions. So, like, walk me through of what type of champions are we going to see throughout the games?
I think the ban for Kagura basically why is that, as you can see the mid lane for Old Gods, it's going to be basically a ban of that Lissandra. The Caitlyn ban makes complete sense. Aizen is very good on the champion and he's not been allowed to play it since the upper brackets have begun. And at least today, Old Gods, unlike yesterday, first game from the start, have Kagura and instead of Loki in the mid lane, their actual traditional mid laner, and Revenants have come all 5 members strong. There's Churn Ready, Ezreal, Unseen Blade, Aizen, and Bob essentially over there. The Cassante ban is interesting. I think they would have liked to maybe target Zuko otherwise, and I think there's going to be a lot of target bans at Ezreal. I don't think he's going to get to play his Viego, especially after the buff to the Kraken Slayer as well with the Borg. That champion is just nuts, and the Yunara ban is interesting because it's not Fortis playing, it is Aizen coming out. I'm not sure if Aizen really likes playing this much champion or likes playing the Yunara that much, but maybe they have something else. The Aurora ban comes out, so they have left open the Lissandra for Kagura. Maybe their strategy is thinking that it is a fearless draft. If he picks it once, he can't pick it again. Let's not waste, our bans on that in the first game. At least the Jarvan ban against Ezin is kind of a double-edged sword because Ezin plays it, so does Deadeyes, and Xinjiao still left open for him. And you can see it's Revenant's going to be there on the blue side, so they get their first pick for them. Let's see what they're actually going to lock in over here. It looks like they've left the Lucian open. This is also something I didn't touch in the banning phase. I was very surprised to see Harambe's Lucian left open. It is what Kakao Gaming did, and they had a plan, but I think Revenants have a different plan. They leave it open so that they first pick it instead. Aizen takes that away. So now Old Gods maybe have to rethink a bit of their plan coming into this draft.
Definitely. And like Aizen is someone I've actually played with him before. Like I've seen him since I was young. He's like my little brother, and I am really excited to see him play in the tournament. And it's like gonna be the first time I'm gonna be cussing. And over here we see Old Gods playing Wukong. Now that's something I think they did not get a chance to play in the upper brackets final because they kept banning it. And we see Deadeyes locking in on that Orianna, which we probably saw yesterday, and we saw I think Kakao was playing Orianna yesterday. Were they, or was OG playing it?
Playing which champion exactly you're saying?
Orianna.
The Orianna, it was in the hands of Kakao. That was going to be W who picks that up for him. They first locked that win for themselves over that side, but I don't understand. The more it's getting blind picked over here for Churn Ready in the top side, something he's very comfortable with. Even the Mundo is something that a lot of teams are fearing him to be playing, especially with Mundo State in the game with the new Hexblade build that's come out from Aloy. So those are things that you have to keep in mind going into the ship, but they don't want to waste time going into the second phase of banning, so they're just going to immediately pick up the Mundo for themselves. And that's interesting given that you've already seen that, Kagura's going with the Orianna, the Nocturne is banned, so what else you want to pair it up with? A Vi is not a bad, the Wukong is also good, you go in with it. The Lilia picked up for Ezin, one of his also favorite champions. The Viego left open, and you already have such AP heavy on this side, so is this a mark going in the mid lane? I don't think that, but then you have to go for an AD mid, otherwise it's just so much AP already in your team. And looks like Zuko wants to answer that Mordekaiser with an Aatrox. No, he just hovered it for a second. It's the Fiora that gets locked in at the end of the day for him in game 1.
And this is gonna be fun. But as you mentioned, that Revenant is like leaning more towards the AP side, and I feel like both the teams are going really strong with their drafts right now. But they have their OG is banning Nami right now, like the support, and I think the mid laner is only open for Revenant right now. So I feel like there are going to be more target bans on those two. As for OG, they still did not pick their bot lane. Now, it is going to be interesting to see what type of bot lane they will be picking, because yesterday's game I felt like they were playing more tankier bot lanes, and Revenant is banning their Sivir. They definitely saw them play and how annoying Sivir was in yesterday's game, so they are denying OG from that Sivir. So Nafiri, what are your thoughts on that Nafiri ban?
I'm not quite sure why they are banning the Nefiri, but Unseen Blade does play that up. But Deadeyes also loves playing the jungler, but his jungle's already been picked up. Maybe they don't want Unseen. That's why they're taking out some AD bans, because you can already see it's a heavy AP top and AP mid for Revenants right now. So you narrow some of these options. The Yone is still left open that the Unseen Blade does like to prefer. Yesterday you saw the double brothers of Yasuo and Yone wreaking havoc for the side of Kakao, but now Unseen Blade is also someone who does not shy away from the Yone pick whatsoever. The Lulu ban does neutralize some options, but the Ashe Braum combo is still available for that peel for yourself. The Ashe is always a strong champion that Harambe does like to play. Is going to get it out early on in our fillers draft on this side. Let's see what else picks up are coming for Revenants. I really want to see what Unseen Blade is going for. I'm like 90% sure it's going to be a Yone coming out from him for the AD mid side, or maybe we get to see the Unseen Blade play his private champion being that Zed. But I do also like this Braum getting picked up. You're denying the Ashe with the Braum. You're also making your bot lane really strong because the Lucian Braum is also a very strong pickup. You can bully quite a bit. Exactly what Harambe had done last time with his bot side. He had got a 3 kills to 1 death advantage, but after that his team just kind of fell apart. But that just tells you how strong the Lucian Braum is early on. But Harambe is no stranger to how to play against that bot lane with his Ashe, with the slows. He has the range also onto the Lucian, so maybe he can penalize it in those materials right now. But you're lacking a bit of engage, except for maybe the arrow. The Corki gets locked in for the Unseen Blade in the mid lane, so that's interesting. Would have maybe liked Yone, but then you lack a lot of range as well. So maybe you want to narrow that down with the Corki pickup as well. We don't get to see that many Corki mids nowadays, but the Unseen Blade has something else in store for us. Now it's left to see what Hallucination will be picking up for his support with the Ashe. Nautilus is not a bad trick. You can lock down players. The Rakan also tricky. Denies Zyra Rakan pick up later on, so it's going to be the Rakan picked up for Hallucination right now. Had a bit of an off season, I would kind of say yesterday onwards, a couple of missed times over here and there, but now it is a matchup he is very strong into, given that Old Gods are the predominantly champions in the fight between Old Gods and Revenants. But Aizen on the Lucian, Bob on the Braum, and Unseen on the Corki is something I did not expect to be seeing over here. But just given how the comp is going, and Zuko on the Fiora, there's big expectations for him to be dominating his lane because he has technically counter-picked for himself. So let's see how well this Fiora does. A very, very good split pusher as well. Very good in team fights, depending on how it. But you're lacking slight bit of CC on that side. You have the Cyclone from the Wukong, you have the Shockwave, you have the Ashe Arrow to initiate, but you have to lock in on those picks. I really want to see how the entire arrow comes out from Harambe, because that's going to be a lot that starts off these fights if the Rakan ult is down.
Definitely agree with you. And for Revenant, we really have Mordekaiser with his ult, and then there's the Braum ult, the Lilia ult. It is going to be an interesting matchup to see how the team fights play out. OG cannot make the same mistakes that they did last game. They need to realize who to target first and when to initiate the fights first in order to win those. And like yesterday's game, they did pick up Trundle, and I was actually expecting them to do more split push, but in the end they couldn't do it properly. But as you mentioned that they have a Fiora, maybe they are going to go for that split push, so maybe we might see that this game. So in yesterday, we saw how they tried to invade, and in the first game, OG did end up getting a kill. They did end up picking a fight and winning the first blood. But later on, especially in the third game, their Volibear got like destroyed in his own jungle, and mostly they were like, the main objective of them was targeting their red and whatnot. But like, what do you think is going to happen this game? Do you think Revenant is going to invade their jungle, or do you think OG is gonna do that other?
I think Revenants have the better chance of going for the event. They have the Braum this time. They have the same kind of comp that OGs was running with the bot side comp of that. They can go for a certain name, but I think Old Gods are going to be aware of that. They're not going to get baited in that much. So I think we're going to try to see Revenants try something, but not going to go to much avail. I think it's going to be more on the bot side of the map. Over on this side, just by Ezin, but because Ezin is going to be looking for his blue buff first, you can see some top lane shenanigans early on. Zuko gets turned ready. That's going to be also a talking point. Both people are not maybe in the best of form compared to what they have been in the past, but I really want to see what else they can pull out. Kagura on the Oriana, those shockwaves are going to be huge in these team fights. If Rakan hits a good ultimate with the shockwave, that can prove disastrous for the side of Revenants in team fights, because you can see from their side, their engage is also not that high, because you can see it's maybe a Lilia sleep or more trying to take somebody away to Brazil. Other than that, you don't have much again. Maybe a Braum ultimate, but yeah, talking about CC, you are lacking quite a bit in Reverence. Otherwise, Old God's roster seems well balanced in that round. They have enough damage plus enough CC for themselves, and I think that they are going to be doing a fantastic job with that. Let's just see how this goes. We have, me and Potato were talking about yesterday also, like Old Gods have improved their drafting quite significantly compared to the last tournament that they played, and it's a good improvement coming out from them, very well deserved. You can see the results already, that they already beat Revenants once in this tournament. Can they do it again? That's a question that will be answered throughout the duration of this series. I think, at least from my predictions, I would predict almost the exact same way the upper bracket semi-final went, a 3-1 in favor of Old Gods. Maybe the only wrench that could come in is that Ezreal is this time playing the jungle instead.
Oh, probably. But then again, Revenant has that rage in them that they need to defeat them this time. So you never know what the outcome might be. So let's see what happens, because this is the lower bracket finals. This is do or die for both the teams, and I believe both the teams have their morals up, and they are very, very eager to secure that position in the grand finals, because if not, it's going to be very unfortunate, because this is their last chance, and this is the best of 5. Like, even if either of the team do not win the first match, they still have match 2 and match 3 to make that comeback if they need. So yeah, and as you mentioned, that even the Revenant team does lack a bit of CC compared to OG. I still feel like Mordekaiser's Realm of Death, when he takes the player to Brazil, maybe that can play a crucial role if it is going to, like, if the team fight sparks. So we do not know how it is going to play out and how everything's going to go. But super excited to see how the Braum and Rakan is going to go head to head, because both the supports are melee supports, and it is going to see who's going to start and engage first. Because I feel like in bot lane, there will be early pokes from maybe Braum and Lucian compared to Ashe and Rakan, but we do not know yet. And then there is also the thing about junglers, who is going to gank first, and who is going to go which side first, and all, securing the objectives. Like yesterday we saw OG were not really able to secure the objectives properly. Maybe one dragon, or maybe the void grabs only, but they weren't able to do that. So I hope they learn from yesterday's mistake and not repeat those the same way. And I feel like Revenant also has the advantage of seeing them play yesterday, so they have an idea that how they might play, their play style, how it's going to play out, and also it's going to be fun to see how they will be going up against each other and synchronizing with the team and their combos.
And I think OGs have traditionally been a team that is very passive earlier on in fights, and that just changed completely when they're facing Kakao. They're trying to match fire with fire, aggression with aggression, and it came out with some very mixed somewhat results. I think the only aggressive lane, honestly, for OGs is usually the bot side, because Harambe really likes to pressure those situations, go for those slight chances of the skill potentials, and tries to go for those things instead. But he's going to have a tougher time against the Lucian Braum if they jump onto him, because Ashe is a very immobile champion as it may. He has a lot of appeal in this game for himself, but Harambe has to be very, very careful. A lot of initiation comes into how his enchanted arrows will land later game when you start off fights, when you single out people like that. So you have to keep it in mind for the ultimates for the Ashe later on, where you lock it down. I want to see good lane swaps coming in around Grubs timers, because we don't get to see that quite a few often. On this side, top line could be a different kind of scenario. You have a Lilia who's going to try and just farm. You have a very good clear advantage, with Lilia over, the other jungler on that side, because you just get so far ahead. You can go faster to the top side. It's honestly where you start. If those invades come in early on, if you get those deep wards, get an idea of where the junglers are starting for either of the teams, you can then make a very definitive path of which side you actually want to be pressuring in this matchup. Because I think if bot is pressured quite a bit, if Harambe falls quite a bit, it does neutralize a lot for the side of OGs, because a lot is reliant on Harambe. Usually in these team fights, he's the main guy they try and play around, they try and build the team around. And now at least Deadice is on champion, he's really comfortable like the Wukong, but even a Wukong until level 6 doesn't have that much engaged potential. You don't have the Cyclone, you're just going to be trying to power farm essentially, so you have pretty much an absent jungler in the early stage of the game that could be something that can be harmful if either lanes are losing for the side of Old Gods. But let's just see how it goes down today with the Revenants, with SCN coming in with the Lilia pick on this side. We have a Corki mid lane, just given how much AP had already been secured for themselves. So the Corki also gets neutralized as a pick further on, more on the ADC, because we don't usually get to see a Corki that much in the mid lane. But yeah, let's see what else Unseen Blade has in store for us. Reminder guys, this is the lower bracket final. This is going to be game 1 of the best of 5 series between both these teams. It's a rematch of the upper bracket semi-finals, and I can't wait to watch what actually goes down between these two teams.
Definitely. And as you were saying, like during the team fights, I feel like both the teams are going to wait out till they're level 6, and I feel like that's when the main team fights are going to start. And definitely there is going to be, like, I saw OG support actually roaming around, going to mid, doing that gank and whatnot. So I feel like we'll be seeing more of that, and especially when the objectives are up, we will probably be seeing more fights near the rivers. And as you said, that they have a Wukong, they have a Rakan, and I feel like as an Orianna, that's like the perfect teammates to have, because you have teammates who can dash inside the opponents, and you have a wonderful ult to pull off. And if they are able to pull off, that would be really good for OG to actually pull it off. But then again, there comes the Mordekaiser and the Lilia ult and then the Braum ult to break it all up and break their synchronization and everything. So it is really up to both the teams. Everybody has to play a crucial role in how it is going to play out and everything.
Yeah, definitely is going to be on the side. Also, we saw such good Orianna ultimates, not on the same person's hand. So we saw it in the hands of the middle layer of Kakao, right? In the hands of W. So if those kind of shockwaves do come in, that can also change the outcomes. You have a very good, that's what I'm talking about. The CC on Old Gods is huge. So if they use that to their advantage in team fights, if they allow the other team to go in, it's very hard for them to actually disengage from their side, from the side of Revenants. There's not much they can get out. So if they do basically what Kakao did to them and have learned from their mistakes, I think Old Gods will be doing fantastic, just given how the draft is looking right now. They're looking like very firm top dogs to be taking and firm favorites to be taking this game 1 away from the hands of Revenants. But hey, worse things have happened on the Rift. We've seen other kind of plays happen. Whatever we're talking about is just basically a theory until you hit the Rift, where the practicality actually comes out from both these teams and you see what kind of problems. I think most of the games that we've been seeing in the South Asian region, a lot is decided between that first grub fight, if in case there is a fight that breaks out of there. Usually we see the trade of grubs and drakes, but if the teams do choose to challenge it for the grubs, that is actually where a lot of the difference happens, because we've seen a lot of stalemates still at least the 5th minute, 6th minute, which is kind of unusual for South Asian League of Legends, because we are very aggressive as a region. We really like to get in each other's faces, throw fist for fist basically at that point. But let's just see, because game 1 of yesterday's series was basically a like Clownfist / Bloodbath earlier on, because there was just so much action happening across every single lane, and it was basically Old Gods being 5-2 up in terms of kills until Kakao started getting kills back, and then that gap just couldn't be closed. So Old Gods, I think slight macro adjustments have to be coming in for them in the later parts of games. The decision making has to be a bit more solid, and they have to do more target prioritization in these kind of team fights.
Definitely. And I also feel like Kakao had the advantage because they just knew where to go, especially in game 2. I feel like their team comp was way stronger than OG, because they had more stuns, whereas OG did not have anything. And I feel like compared to that, their draft is so much stronger today, and they will probably not make the same mistakes as they did yesterday. But as you mentioned, that in this region we see like bloodbaths. The moment the game starts, they start fighting. So maybe I don't know if we are going to see a more passive game like this time, like till level 6. They're gonna wait till level 6, farm up both the team, both side, and not make sure that they are not in each other's face at the early on stage. But we never know until the game starts. Especially like I think yesterday, all 3 games, the fight was happening in bot lane so much that the Atakan spawned all the time. So this time we do not know if it's gonna be on top side or bot side. And without further ado, guys, the first match of the lower bracket finals, Revenant versus Old Gods, is starting, and we are already seeing everybody rushing to their lane.
You see Revenants on the blue side, All Gods Esport on the right side. Doesn't seem like we have any shenanigans happening because Bob is just waiting on this side. They're just protecting their own defensive spots over that side. You could see Kagura was walking in, maybe wants to put a deep ward. The pings are coming in onto this Orianna. No, it's not going to lock her. Ezreal's going to catch out Deadeyes over here. No, Deadeyes is just waiting in the bush. He sees Ezreal going too deep in the jungle, push down the ward. They're going to trade a bit blow for blow, but I don't think much will happen if they just get their own recalls, get their health back. Unseen Blade has started his Gatling gun for his first ability, but doesn't get any post down. A slight bit onto Kagura, but nothing else comes off it. A ward was placed down over on that side by Ezreal, so he's gonna know where Wukong starts over on for him, and Wukong would actually have an idea, but no, a late ward was placed by OGs in near the Wraith pit for Revenants. But look at this, Bob and Ezreal are waiting here. They're gonna jump onto Hallucination. Hallucination has to dash away. He's already lost quite a bit of HP in that chunk fight before late start. So prioritization might just be going to Aizen and Bob right here. There's a ward in that push. I'm not sure if Bob is aware of it, but Hallucination and Harambe are definitely aware where this Brom is at this current moment.
Definitely, definitely. And as we were like, I had the question that if they're going to play passive, that's definitely not happening because they are already in each other's throat, already poking down. And we see Corky doing a significant amount of damage on that Orianna. But like, farm wise, I think Ashe is like trying to freeze the lane, I guess, but like very behind on farm. Lucian already has 7 CS, Ashe is 3. So yeah, and for the top lane, if you see, Mordekaiser only has 2 farms and Fiora has 9. So I feel like Fiora is bullying Mord a little bit.
He is. It does look like he is bullying it quite somewhat. Unseen Blade and Kagura are facing off for themselves. They're having a fine time of it. But Churn ready against Zuko in the top side. You can see that they comes in. That's the Fury just getting that prioritization. Pushes in the wave. Gonna get that level 2. Not level 2. Just a second wave bounce back essentially. Unseen Blade. Ooh, no.
Oh.
Cosmic Bomb does not connect onto Orianna. Still the trades look pretty even. But mind you, that's an Orianna with 2 health pots on the starting, while Unseen Blade only comes with 1 because he has a Doran Blade instead. Bot side, no health pots have been popped. Hallucination actually has popped both of his. That's why I can see his HP bar is at that point. The W misses from the Ashe. Bob is walking up. His Q does connect into Ashes to keep a bit of distance because Vyzen E4 with the Q gets the full stack onto that off from the Brom charges from the stacks for himself. But junglers, just talking about them, have started on the opposite sides of the map. Lilia's already on the bot side for her full clear completed. Wukong has also done his full clear. They're going to get the opposite scuttle. So we're not going to see any early shenanigans between them. Ezreal is close by. Will maybe get spotted by that red ward that was placed by OGs. He's going to be picking scuttle. Wukong picks up his own, but they're both junglers towards the side of their rift where their lane is basically pushed in, so they can't honestly do much. As it does put down a very cheeky deep ward. He's maybe looking to come back in for this fight, but honestly I don't think they can do much, as it's just going to be here in case they need anything. Going to recall Wukong doing the same thing on top side. So there's basically mirror matches happening in terms of how the position is going for the junglers.
Definitely, definitely. And like compared to yesterday's game, I feel like OG is feeling more relaxed because yesterday Kakao was not respecting them at all and they were like tower diving. OG was not even safe under their own tower, and I think Revenant is not going to take that risk and take the fight under the towers. They're going. Both the teams are playing it safe. They're playing it slow, not engaging the fights as much as they need to. So we see Fiora doing her first recall, picking up on that Sheen, and Mordekaiser finally being able to farm peacefully, hopefully. But he is like 10 CS behind, whereas compared to like OG, I think both the mid laners are still equal, but Revenants ADC has a farm advantage compared to the Ashe from OG.
Yeah, and we can see they have a lot of advantage for themselves in terms of CS. But Ash has come back with the curl. He knows he's going to be playing a lane where he's never going to have kill pressure. Instead, wants to get the farm for him. But Lucian's picked up a pickaxe. That's a huge advantage in terms of 80 damage for himself. The Fated Ash is completed by the Lilian first back. The Wukong picks up a Ruby Crystal and a Longsword. A Sheen completed for Fear on the top side in armor. Two
Mm-hmm.
cloth armors to be exact, built by the Mordekaiser. So he wants to keep the armor up, keep less of that poke coming into. But that's the CS on the top, and bot that's making maybe slight difference and goal that 100 amount pretty much for themselves. Drake now getting started up by Eisen with their bot side prioritization for themselves. No problem whatsoever is going to be picking that up, and at a very good timer, mind you, because it's only 5 minutes and 46 seconds. And with that hawk shot, Harambe definitely knows how many members were there towards that side. But because of the timer that you picked up, Drake, they can even contest for the grubs at a later stage as well.
Definitely, definitely. I feel like they have much more control for the jungler, and picking up on the early drag means they can easily contest that void grabs as you mentioned. But like I feel like Fiora's shield is going to be a very big problem, especially for Mordekaiser to lane, because look at Fiora's farm and look at Mordekaiser's farm. But over here, putting that aside, bot lane is poking one another, and Ashe is like very low. So is Eisen. Both the teams are like poking each other down, denying farm as much as they could.
They are trying that, and Zuko is pushing up into this top side. Already has a 20 CS advantage for himself. Nice stack coming into them. Hallucination has to do some fancy footwork to get out, but he's just pretty much just always going to be underneath his turret. 20 CS advantage for Ice, just building up onto the lead, making waves crash. Harambe has to CS underneath his turret. If he does it properly, picks it up. But
Oh,
Ezreal's going to be pressured into his own jungle. Deadeyes comes in very deep on the side. That's because Zuko has so much priority over there. You can see Kagur and Unseen Blade also making themselves over to this side. Clone from Wukong gets away. Ezreal's going to be end up pick up his blue buff. There was a lot of early aggression being shown by OGs towards the jungle side of Ezreal. So Ezreal's going to have to keep that in mind for later on. I think they wanted to maybe go for something there because grubs are coming up in 40 seconds. Maybe try and get some tempo advantage for themselves that they had lost at the Drake fight with that broad prioritization for Revenants currently for themselves. Harambe still has 80 stacks left to go on the cull before he sees more gold come into his pocket. But Unseen Blade trading with Kagur on this side. Will the Fossil Whips come? No, not on this part. Nice cue from Bob. He completely dodges onto Hallucination, lands it onto Harambe,
oh,
but there's low mana for Elimination. Hallucination sees this opportunity. Harambe is also coming in. The cleanse has been burnt as well. Hallucination has to flash away, but Harambe is not done. Bob flashes, but it's matched by Harambe. The Qs come in. Aizen's getting slowed underneath his turret. He has to flash out of the chain. All summoners getting burnt in the bot side, but first blood picked up by Harambe.
oh man, definitely. And they have the gold advantage. Even if Revenant, like even before the fight, when they did pick up on that drag, OG still had the gold advantage and still now. But in the mid lane, I see Corky falling a bit behind with his CS. But Lilia is ahead compared to Wukong. And somehow Mordekaiser is coming back with the farm and CS, but here maybe Braum is slowly rotating towards the void grabs, and they are setting up towards the void grabs, trying to secure the void grabs because they do not have to worry about the dragon fighting for the drag, and we will probably be seeing more fights towards here, and yeah.
And yeah, that was a bit of a mistake by Eisen and Bob, not respecting that Eisen's low on mana, can't fight
Mm-hmm.
that much. Eisen. Good engage by Hallucination. But in the meantime, Revenants have picked up 2 out of 3 jungle objective monsters for them, so epic monsters for them, right? So they're building up onto that. OG is following at least terms of pace of objectives across the map, right? And now you have picked up a kill onto Harambe, but
Oh,
there's quite a CS advantage right now on that side. Harambe is basically left alone. Helu's gone for a roam. You can see Kagura is going to be recalling, but he's recalling on a ward. Unseen Blade is going to definitely cancel this one out. He walks up, puts the force reform, gets the cancel onto Kagura, wants to keep him underneath his turret. Kagura does have the TP, has to maybe think of way better place to actually back. He has to anticipate there could be vision on that side. Now, Asians come here on the bot side. He's going to maybe come in. Here comes the Lilia ball from that side. Gets the slow, gets the drowsy. The sleep comes in onto Harambe. They lock him up with the Braum
oh.
passive as well. That's a very, very dead ash. The Cullen comes in from Aizen, but I don't think you can get a kill onto Elusive. In the meantime, Deadeye is going to answer that bot side gang with his own in the mid lane. Unseen Blade does have his flash, flashes over the wall, actually ends up surviving. Wukong didn't have a flash because he used it for his engage instead. So Unseen Blade actually denies that, but he had just pretty much TP'd back into the lane, so he doesn't have his TP advantage, has to recall, maybe slightly farm up. He has Fleet Footwork, maybe get some heals off it, but a nice gank up from Deadeye doesn't yield the results we want, but at least bot side gets equalized. The kill does go over to Lilia and not towards that Lucian, but I think putting Harambe behind is the strategy to go for Revenants here.
Definitely, definitely. And we see the dragon is going to come up soon, so we will be seeing more action towards the bot side. But it was really good for Corky to be able to survive that, because if he did actually end up dying there, he would be actually very behind and it would not be really looking good for it. But over here, we see Mordekaiser almost getting Fiora, but I see OG not letting go of the objective this time. They are starting the Ocean Drag this time and securing it for themselves. And I think Revenant is not even gonna contest them for it. They are just simply going to let them have it. And we see Corky taking that tower plating, the first tower plating. And in the bot lane, I don't know if they're aware that the Wukong is there as well.
Wukong's close by, but Lilia's more importantly denying more resources from the Wukong by taking his chickens away at this point. Q misses from
Mm-hmm.
Bob in the bot side. They have to be careful. The engage is still there. Enchanted Arrow is up. Aizen's cleanse is going to be shortly up. So if they had used it at that point, he wouldn't have had it actually. So the timer is not being noticed that much by OGs as of yet, or just playing more on their safer side. Nothing else in terms of objective. The next Rift Herald will, that means the Rift Herald will come up in around 4 minutes. I have to look for it. Bob blocks most of this damage on the bot side with his own shield. Aizen's trying to get his own farm. He's still maintaining around that 20 CS lead onto Harambe, and that's going to definitely hurt Harambe's chances of maybe getting some advantage on the bot side. And Lucian's close to completing the Essence Universe, so won't even have mana problems after the next back. You can see that Harambe is going for his Yuntals. He has the BF sword component, but nothing else of sort right now. Churn Ready against Crown on the top side. Churn Ready is a level down onto Crown. He's also 10 CS behind. Aizen wants to trade, but he's in like two minds about what he actually wants to do in that situation. And Lilia's ball comes forward. It gets spotted by Harambe Hallucination. They're going to keep their distance right now. So no shenanigans of sorts. So instead, Aizen's going to get his own back, come towards the top side, maybe pick up some camps on there, and maybe focus towards Chard Ready, which is the losing lane of Revenants right now.
We see, look at Oriana. I think she's going to ward the blue so that they are aware of where the Lilia is. And compared to like the last fight that happened in bot lane where Lilia was able to secure a kill, I feel like Braum gave a really good ult that actually helped them win that fight personally. So over there, I feel like if the team is able to synchronize with their abilities, it would be really helpful for Revenant to maybe come back. But look at the goal lead. They're not really that far off. It's just 2K difference. Maybe they will be able to do it. And like for the feats of strength, they need like one more objective to get that first one. And over here, we see Lilia ganking mid lane, but Oriana's falling back. But Rakan and Wukong is rotating towards mid. In case the fight breaks out, they can help their teammate out.
They are going a bit deep over that side. They maybe want to catch someone up, but there's no one actually to go. They know that Lilia's going to go back, maybe get something, but Bob might be
Oh,
their target instead. They're going to lock up onto Bob over here. Bob does have the flash and heal, not burning either, because Unseen Blade's making his appearance into this fight as of yet. Kagura's just around the corner, hiding in the fog of war. Bob, I don't think you want to walk from that side. You might get caught instead. Keeps it and puts down the ward very smartly instead from him. No Drowsy coming yet from the Lilia. They can maybe go in over it. Still a 4v3, and but in the meantime, Haram is getting some needed CS for himself, getting that wave pushed in, denying Aizen further resources on the bot side, and has Slingshot. But this is an Aizen with Essence Stream completed, so no more mana problems whatsoever for the Lucian. Top side, even though Churn has been struggling quite a bit against Zuko's onslaught, he's still not as far behind as the Ash was in terms of CS in the early stages. Between junglers, not that much of a difference, but the mid lane, Oriana actually has majority of the CS with that 23 advantage compared to the core key. But other than that, this has been a very slow-paced game compared to what I'm used to be seeing between these two teams, especially. And they're just respecting. Nobody wants to give away the first, kind of opening to the other side. Helu gets pulled in by the Mordekaiser, is getting chunked away. Charan Reddy has taken him to Brazil, and Hallucination might end up going down. Flashes out as soon as the realm ends, jumps towards the Deadeyes instead, but this gives them prior towards the side of that Rift Herald. You can see Zuko's making his way from the top side, Deadeyes from this side, Unseen is over here, but you don't have Kagura in the picture. He doesn't even have a TP to fight, so it's a 5 versus 4 essentially at this point. I don't think OG's won this smoke. They're going to back up very smartly. Deadeyes tells his team, no, we don't go in, we don't go in, we just give it up essentially at this point, because we don't even have a TP on the Oriana who comes in. Unseen Blade helps his team TP his bot side, so they don't even lose the first turret instead. So this is very well played in terms of macro by Revenants. But a shockwave comes in, one more auto from Kagura. No, he mistimes it, but the ball comes in from the Oriana, gets the kill, and maybe can even pick up the first turret for himself, because no one's coming to answer, but he's going to get a recall of himself. Aizen and Ezreal in the mid side against Harambe and Hallucination. Rift Herald even gets pulled in. If they get this first turret, they have the feats of strength secured for themselves. A lot of damage on the turret for themselves. Aizen with a couple more autos will secure. Hallucination comes in with the last Disregard ultimate, but it gets cleansed by Aizen. Here comes the culling. A flash comes in, but a double drowsy at the end of it. Harambe uses his cleanse, but to no avail. The Ash falls down. Feats of strength secured by Revenants, as well as a kill going over to Harambe.
that was a very beautiful ult by Lilia, I must say. That was really well played by Revenant, and they, even if they are still behind in gold, I feel like that first tier tower and securing that fleets of strength was really helpful for them. But right now, I think they recall, they're gonna reset and try to rush back to the drag as soon as possible, because they are fully aware that OG started the drag and they are trying to contest it, and hopefully Lilia is able to secure it. Unfortunately not.
No, she doesn't get the steal, but she does burn the flash. But they're trying to get the stragglers away from the fight. Hallucination definitely will be going down in this fight. Can they catch onto Kagura? No, I don't think they have the pacing right now. Deadeyes is just trying to get his grop and get away with his life. But Lilia's like, no, that is my grop. I'm going to smite that away. Deadeyes has to clone and get away. But he doesn't have a wave, essentially. If his recall is stopped, I don't think Deadeyes is going to survive this, because their wave, they have to get it pushed in, though, on the bot side. So I think you have to go for the dive. But instead, without a wave, they're trying to go for it over here. The poke might come in. This Monkey King is getting bullied, guys, in the bot side. Somebody help him out. I don't think anyone can. It's going to be Ezin who picks up the kill through that Leandries with that burn damage, and they will pick up yet again another tier 1, this time in the bot side for Revenants right here.
Definitely, and with that, they have the gold lead right now. Look at that. They have 2 towers, and OG only secured the bot tier 1 tower, and I don't know if I don't think they're slowly going to fall back, not initiate any more fights, so that they can reset and maybe try to push other lanes and get more items. But my god, I felt bad for the Monkey King. Oh, they cut off all his path to escape. Nowhere to escape, nowhere to go. He's like, just, oh, I'm accepting my fate here.
Yeah, he did kind of accept his fate. He could just do nothing. Honestly, it was all five members against him. He doesn't
Yeah.
have a wave. They don't even care that they don't have their own wave for Revenants. They're like, no, we're just gonna get the kill over here. So now Revenants with the firm grasp on the situation, but goal difference talking about is still just around 500 gold for Revenants after all these exchanges happening. But OGs have that Drake advantage, two Drakes to their name, and it is an Hextech soul map. So you have the Hextech gates that have
Hmm.
open, one of my favorites that help you make up a lot more tricky, let you go for flank potentials. Essentially, Unseen has to be careful of his
Yeah.
positioning over this side. You can see Deadice is waiting for him across the bush. He's gonna come in, but the Valkyrie away is enough. Ezian might kick out. No, I don't think there's that much of a possibility. There's a very strong deer right now that you can't actually contest. He will make you into mincemeat instead. And OGs respect this. They're going to take their back. Atakan is coming up in 30 seconds. That's where everyone should be. There's only two people towards the bot side of the map. So Reset should come in, should be heading towards the bot side, get some prioritization. That's exactly what Revenants are doing right now.
Definitely, definitely. They are recalling, hoping to get that reset, getting those items as they need. I feel like this game is going so evenly matched up that it is really hard to tell who is actually going to be dominating, because 1 second we see OG dominating, and then the second thing we see Revenant backing up their teammate when it is needed and securing the objectives that it is needed. But compared to yesterday's game, I feel like OG is able to secure more objectives. And as you said at the beginning of the game, that Fiora might go for that split push, and she is already going towards the top side, whereas everybody else is trying to move around the Atakan, ensuring that either of the team are not starting and securing it for themselves. And over here we see in the mid lane, the Ash is trying to push in a bit so that they can put more pressure in the mid lane and try to focus more on the Atakan.
Yeah, and more importantly, Fiora didn't have TP at the time. With that TP and miners in place because Unseen had his up. They could have maybe even started the Atakan fight and baited out even something more on that side. But yeah, Zuko against Unseen. Unseen can't do much to actually annoy the Fiora. But you can see over here in the bush, Aizen is camping there with Bob in tow just in case. Unseen's going to take a bit damage. But Crown, you have to be careful. This is a lot of
Oh.
true damage coming in from the Corki. Corki is just kind of poke out Crown. So even if Crown TP is in for a fight, it could be detrimental for him because he's on the lower side. The Omnibus Hydra completed on his way to his Trinity Force for the Fiora, while as Amort has the Rylai's completed, has a Bramble Vest to neutralize just during the laning phase essentially against Fiora for the heals. And Rakan also does a bit of healing later on. Bot side, Lucian has completed the Navori's Flicker Blade after the SSG were avoiding going Infinity Edge before that. Ash slightly behind in itemization right now because in terms of CS, in terms of KD, also behind Lucian. She's looking maybe to build her own Infinity Edge even before the Phantom Dancer. And Zuko is chasing Unseen Blade this side. The Enchanted Arrow comes but does
Oh.
not connect. This is what I was saying. It's very important for these Enchanted Arrows to land for him. It was a very far shot to give him a fair chance about it. And if maybe Fiora wasn't pressuring from that side, it might have actually connected on Unseen before any of those shenanigans could have broken out. But unlike that, Fiora's just going to keep on being on that side lane for herself until a fight breaks out. Now with the TP in her pocket, no problem. But there are two jungle objectives on this side. Drake has now been started up. Bob is going to be pushing away Dead Eyes from the fight, trying to just zone him out as much as he can. But Suko, you have to be careful of these trades because if you come into the fight with low HP, this could be bad for the Fiora essentially. Drake gets dragged out, but it's gonna get reset at this point. It was dragged too far out of the pit. Mordekaiser is just waiting for maybe going for a flank through the Hextech portal at this point. The balls are connected from the Lilia, but no drowsies as of yet. Now with that Drake dominance, they're going to be pushing OGs away. The OGs are going to make, let's say, hallucination with the ultimate comes into this fight. Deadeyes is spinning to do as much damage as he can. A good shockwave, a 3-man shockwave, but it's not enough. There is no follow-up. The jungler should be going down. Deadeyes is down. Drake picked up by Revenants and OGs. It looked like it was going their way with that engage, but unfortunately not so ever. That's a dead Monkey King. Hallucination might also go down. One more auto from Unseen Blade could be enough. The General has come out from cooldown, lands on Unseen Blade, has to flash away. But Atakan is really low. Who ends up picking up? The jungler still up. Ezreal has that come in. The TP has come in from this side for maybe a flank play, but Ezreal's just going to smite that away from himself. Fiora maybe for the cleanup crew. Bob and Churn ready gets sacrificed. Ezreal has to flash away, but there's no tier 1. Where are you going to go at this point? He maybe wants to go for more kills. Maybe pick up the kill on Hallucination instead. Crown flashes over the wall, helps OG secure the Strangler. So that is actually a 3-0 at the end of it after the Atakan for them. But Atakan and Drake, more importantly, picked up by Revenants because of how the fight did not go in their favor. Even after a hallucination ultimate, even after a 3-man shockwave, if OGs can't capitalize on a chance like that, it doesn't look like they're going to be that good in 5v5s.
That was that was really unfortunate for OG. I feel like if Fura was there early, maybe they could have. But look at that fight breaking up. Oh man, Fura's dead now.
Yeah,
Maybe
Fiora just
they
ends up going
overextended
down. She
for like a
just,
bit
yeah,
too long.
yeah, she just overextended a bit too long over there. Just couldn't do much. But I think it's more now on a slow pace. OGs technically do have the gold advantage, albeit being a small amount of 500 goals. But I think
Mhm.
Revenants are still firmly in the driver's seat. Just how I see these team fights going out over here, Nico.
Oh man, the team fights. I feel like both the teams are actually trying their best to it, but like Revenant is just doing it better for the time being. I feel like during the dragon fight, Braum gave a beautiful ult, which actually helped them take more control near the dragon side, and they were even if they did end up like three of them did end up dying, they were able to secure that Atakan. They were able to secure that drag, denying OG from the objectives. And like Fura was split pushing top. She was not able to take that top turret either. So it's not really much of a goal difference. It's more like they're not really that far off from the gold. It's equal right now for both the teams. So I feel like Revenant is playing it really calm and collected, and OG should actually. I feel like they're panicking a bit. After all, this is the lower bracket finals. It is do or die for them, and they do. I think both of the team do not want to give up, even if it's just one game. They want to secure the game. But what's interesting for me is like the kills. Like Revenant has 6 kills, OG has 5. Both the teams are not really like compared to yesterday's game, it's not that much of a difference. So both the team are going toe to toe. It's an equal fight between them, and yeah. Compared to the laners, I feel like Oriana is still very far ahead with her KDA and her CS. Like she has 240 CS, whereas Corki has 213. And over here in bot lane, we are seeing Fiora getting bonked by Mordekaiser, and she's probably not going to make it.
Yeah, she definitely won't. That slow was coming in from the more guys, right? There's not much Fiora can do. But in the meantime, OG is actually a good decision. They're going for instead going for the Baron, but it might be coming back to haunt them. The TPs have come in, only Lilia's away. Rakan's already gone down. They're chasing more for over here, but Baron is there. But the HP bar is also low on the side of Revenants, except for the Unseen Blade. His pokes are coming in, but he doesn't have any more R charges left for him. No more missiles to fly for Cork. He has to reload for that. I think they're just going to back away right now. I think both teams are a bit anxious about how this goes away. Instead, they're just going to push this midway win, maybe hope to pick up the tier 2 from this. I don't think much answer going to come in for OG's. Revenants going to be walking this one in. Deadeye's maybe looking to pick up some CS or jungle camps on the other side, but there's nothing left over there. Lilia's already gone for his. It looks like Wukong's going for his own recall, but it's going to get cancelled out. Unseen Blades made his way over. Ezreal's going to be following suit. This might be a dead monkey, but no. Corki gives up his pursuit of the jungler of OG. So OG's jungler will make his way out of it. The Hextech gates are being used, but this is 2 Drakes to 2 Drakes right now. So whichever team gets the next Drake will be on Hextech Soul Point.
Definitely, definitely. But like, look at the warding for Revenant. Like, they have full vision of what is going on in OG's red side jungle. But right now, I feel like that reset was really important for Revenant so that they can reset and ensure more vision, more control over the dragon side. Because as you mentioned, this is the third dragon. Whoever gets it, the next one is going to be soul point for them. And I feel like OG already took control of it. And we are definitely going to see a fight breaking out here because Fiora is already on her way. And both the teams are like thinking of what to do.
They're trying to go for the fight. Deadice goes in. The Cyclone comes out. A good shockwave. Again from Kagura. This time they actually are capitalizing, but there are no dead members from either side. Bob's going very dangerously low. So is Aizen on the backside. And finally, OGs are coming out on top in this exchange. The shutdown, a huge shutdown also picked up by the Ash. And the last scramble, that was the Mordekaiser, gets taken away. As well as OGs picking up their third Drake of the game, putting them on Hextech Soul Point. This is the kind of combo that was necessary. The spinning the Cyclone from the Wukong plus a very good shockwave coming in from Kagura changes how the fight looks. And this time, capitalizing, this separated the fights quite a bit, as you can see in this replay as well. Deadeye sees his opportunities. He's 4 members grouped up in a very small amount of place, and the Cyclone comes in. A very good shockwave. Unseen Blades left alone on the other side to fight against Zuko, so he can't even join into the fight. And Zuko's doing very well against him as well. Because he narrows it down. The ultimate comes in for the Fiora. The vital procs come in. Zuko even survives. It's a clean ace that OGs pick up for themselves and turn around the goal lead, as well as the way the face-up of this match was looking.
Definitely, definitely. I feel like they separated Corky so far away that they were not able to do it, and they even secured the Baron while Revenant was respawning. Maybe it was like, this is what I was saying. The first the fight when they had to secure Atakan and the Dragon, I feel like Fiora was not able to join that fight. But if she was able to join that fight, maybe it would have been in favor of OG. But since this time she was present, she was able to keep Unseen Blade away from the whole team. I feel like that did play a crucial role, and that did end up being in favor for OG. And the goal lead is now significant, and both the teams, like Revenant lost all of their bounty, OG secured all of their bounty, and now Oriana is like 3-0, whereas Corky is 0-2. And Revenant needs to like lock in and not make the mistakes that they have been making, or else it will cost them this game.
Yeah, it will definitely cost them the game if they think on those lines. Ezreal's getting built towards his blue buff, but it's going to get reset. Unseen Blade and Bob are close by. Bob's just going to take away some vision. If they get that pink in that bush towards the Baron side, I think that's going to be very good in terms of their vision. Churn Ready against Crown and the bot. Both have their own TP, but Zuko's completely ignoring Churn Ready. He just goes up, gets procs onto the turret instead. I think Zuko's at a very, very strong point of the game, but Churn Ready instead takes away Zuko to Brazil. A nice W onto the Q. But the reason that Churn Ready has done this is that he's going to lock up Crown and allow Aizen and Bob to make their way over. The full culling hits Zuko squarely in the back. They pick up the kill, but OG's traded for a top tier 2 instead. But the Enchanted Arrow plus the Shockwave catches out to Ezzy, and Unseen Blade trying to get away from this exchange. Deadice, you're taking too many turret shots over there. You go down. The tier 3 also falls. But can the rest of OGs make it out of this fight? A nice Braum ultimate knocks up Kagura as well as Hallucination. Hallucination is being tricky to get a hold of. A nice W from Harambe prevents any people from being in hot pursuit of them. Bob's still walking up, maybe trying to cancel backs. But at the end of the day, because so many people went towards Zuko, you pick up a tier 2 as well as a tier 3 in the top side for OGs.
It was very well played by OG, even if like the Wukong's like, even if I die, we are securing this tier 3 tower. We are getting that gold that we need. And this puts a lot of pressure for Revenant. I feel like they are falling a bit apart. They are a bit worried. They are feeling a bit clueless on what they should do, what their next step might be. But Corky trying to get more farms because he is very behind compared to Oriana. But over here, we see like he did pick up on 1 kill. He was 0-2, but now he's 1-2, but still very, very behind to Oriana.
And this is what we're talking about, like with Zuko split pushing, you're going to have to send so many more members towards it because it's very hard for anyone to even just 1v1 him on the sideline. It's going to take at least a minimum of 2 members over there because even if Charity takes him to Brazil, he just barely survives, uses the shield at the end. But Zuko has pull so much attention to himself, and OGs are going to take complete advantage of that on the other side. So this is the kind of game plan they've come into with this. Right now, the goal lead is a 5k goal lead for OGs compared to Revenants. They're sitting at almost a 60k goal mark overall for their team. And the Ash has the Unitals completed plus the Infinity Edge as well as the Phantom Dancer. So more movement coming in. As in just going for as much poke as he can. But still, the Ash is an item behind the Lucian, because Lucian has the Lord Doms completed, whereas the Ash only has the last Whisper component of it for himself. And Zuko has reached that level 18 for himself. Churn already can't do much against him. Even if he pulls him away, the riposte comes in from Zuko. He's just going to
Oh
dance around Churn
no.
already with the ultimate. And Zuko has to know that he is just so much more powerful. Chernary has to respect it. I don't know what he was thinking of going that side. And because he goes down, Zuko is just going to continue to push this in, and another member has to be sent instead for that side. And OG is going to answer with picking up their Hextech Soul Point, because who can answer it for them? You already are member down. Aizen instead chooses to come maybe into this fight. Our Revenants are going to make a last ditch attempt to go for it. Aizen can maybe even flash over, and that's exactly what he does. But no, it's Deadeyes who picks it in. The Cullen comes in. The Shockwave matches suit. Ezin goes down. Bob's left as fodder. Aizen, the only one who can walk away from that fight. But you've given away the inhibitor. You've given away the kill at the top side. You can't even steal the Drake. OGs have Hextech Soul for themselves, and this is OGs kind of showing you how to be resilient in this kind of matchup where they were slightly behind early on, but later on, no one can match Zuko. They're playing their macro really well, honestly, over here. And Revenants have been found a bit lacking. Churn rating, honestly, I don't know what he was thinking of walking up to Zuko that side to try and fight against Crown essentially over there.
Oh man, you know, at the start of the game, we were saying that you mentioned that Fiora is going to split push, and I feel like that did work out really well for them because Fiora did split push. They did put that pressure, and they were really confused. And over here, we are seeing poor guy trying to survive, and he's still not dead. Took them a long time to kill that Mord.
It's because he took someone away to Brazil, so he was just an isolated fight. But yeah, this is the whole point of, blind picking your Mordekaiser earlier on in your draft just to get counter picked, and you're pretty much just useless throughout the entire, rift. Essentially, you can't do much. You can't even go sideline against the Fury. You can't match it. Fury's at 325 CS, the highest in the game, almost on mark for a 9 CS per minute or 10 CS per minute, essentially at that point. And it's looking good. Baron has now spawned. That should be the aim of the game for both these teams of how they want to go about for it right now. They are walking in, they're clearing vision. OG is doing their due diligence, just clearing the vision right now for themselves. Spot out the ping. So Bob has completely no vision towards the side of the barrier except for that scuttle ward. At that point, Hallucination walking up further might get caught out over here, but he has backup. Hallucination goes very low before the fight even breaks out. That should be a very dead Rakan. That's exactly what happens. He goes back deep. This is not the kind of fight I expected to break out, but the TP comes in from Zuko. This is a guy you have to fear, but Harambe just gets deleted. Aizen ends up burning down to the Oriana, and Churn Ready yet again left alone. Churn Ready, fifth death of this game, and I think Bob is also going to be joining him in the gray screen. Aizen, the only other member alongside Unseen Blade coming here, but OGs are going to turn their ways towards that Baron and pick that up for themselves.
They are definitely securing that Baron, but oh man, look at Oriana. 7-0 right now, no deaths, almost getting that 300 CS. Man, OG played this really well, and I feel like Revenant actually ended up losing it. They extended the fight way more than they needed to because they got 2 kills. They should have backed off, but nobody was really there to support Mordekaiser, and it started falling off for them there. And as I was saying before, like that Fiora split push actually made them panic a bit, and they did end up trading their inhibitors, and they were still not able to secure that soul point. So this isn't really looking good for Revenant because they OG would probably have to do some very huge significant mistake for Revenant to make that comeback. But doesn't really matter because this is the best of 5. Even if Revenant does not make it this first game, they will have game 2, game 3 to make that comeback if they need. But it's becoming a very big pressure for Revenant, and I really hope that they do not lose their moral. They do not give up just yet because there might still be a chance. If they win the team fights, they might be able to do it. If they are able to secure maybe an elder drag and win the team fights, they might be able to actually make that comeback if they need. But again, it's a maybe, because I feel like OG will try to force, because they have the Baron, they will try to force down, take this tower, force fights, and then
Oh, a
look at the
three-man
beautiful
shockwave
ult.
comes in over here. Deadeyes goes in for the backside, insane over that side. Deadeyes gives up his life. The Zonia saves Ezreal, but you have such sticking memory. Unseen Blaze is going to die to burn maybe at that backside of it. Chernity is trying to be the monster. The top side flashes forward for Kagura, but he goes golden instead. Arambe picks up the kill onto
Oh.
Aizen on the backside. That's Chernity going down. That's Kagura going legendary. This is an 8-0-10 Oriana, and every single shockwave this man has hit has at least hit 3 members. And that just you must take a bow there, Kagura, because you have done an excellent job in these team fights, as well as Zuko on the backside just keeps on pushing in. And now they know that 3 members down with the Baron buff, they can just walk into the base of Revenants, and Revenants can do absolutely nothing about it. Ezreal is trying his best alongside the Unseen Blade, but that's a very dead deer. He's become venison. Another 2-man shockwave just to end it, just for style points for Kagura. And that's going to be OGs taking
Oh
game one in this
man,
best of 5 series against Revenants.
that was intense. That was intense, and that was like at the end of it, they completely dominated the game. OG completely dominated the game, because at the start, I felt like Revenant was more control. They had more control over the map, but later on, they just fell off, and they looked like they were lost. They did not know what to do, and that actually costed them the game, not being able to be there for their teammate, not using their abilities when it would have been helpful later on during the fight, their players being cut off throughout the team fights. That ended up making them lose the objectives, the game, the fights, and everything overall. But very well played by OG, securing that first game to themselves. They have to worry less now.
Yeah, and I think that was a very well played by them right now, because you could just see how well that OGs are doing in this exchange. Like, they're just doing a repeat of what that upper bracket semifinal was looking like for them, and they were slightly struggling, maybe albeit at the beginning of this game, but later on,
Mhm.
I think it was just complete domination. Zuko, a huge point of that, like his side lane domination, like he was at a point, he's so strong, hits level 18 even like 5-10 minutes ago right there. Sean Reddy can't even answer him. He even tries to get skill, the inhibitor goes down, makes it an iffy situation for that Soul Drake, and that's where they capitalize. And Kagura as well, with these 5 men, or like 3 men 4 men shockwaves coming out from him, he was just doing good at the end of it. Hallucination tries to go for a lot of these, a couple of times I think he overextended the way he initiated, but his Destro team was back up. Harambe was not as significant as you would have liked him to be in this, because he didn't have those kind of enchanted arrows I was hoping to come out for him, but his team had his back. The rest of his team played phenomenally. He did an ADC has to do. He is very immobile ADC at the end of the day, so he's going to get caught out. He's going to take a lot of damage, and I think all in all gods are stepping up from different roles this time. It's just not just the Harambe show, it's everybody pulling their weight on that side. Kagura does phenomenally, Deadeyes does good, so does Zuko. I think this is the kind of OGs that we're expecting, and if this continues, Revenants are going to be uphill battle heading on further on in this Fearless draft.
Definitely, definitely. Because if I think Revenant needs to be like, they need to make aware of who is where what. Just because they saw their jungler bot lane, they're gonna try and initiate the fight in the top lane, was not really helpful for them. But here are the stats. 13 kills for Revenant, 22 for OG. That's still like 10 kills ahead for OG. Whereas gold lead, OG had a significant ahead in the gold. 66k for Revenant, 75k for OG. Only 4 towers were secured by Revenant, but OG was able to secure 10. OG secured all 4 drags, giving them the soul point. Revenant was able to secure only 2. They were ahead in the objectives before, but later on they did fall off, and OG was able to secure that 2 Barons. even if like Revenant had that one Rift Herald, 3 Void Grabs, and the Atakan, that advantage was just not enough for Revenant to win this first game.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, you have so much dominance early on. You get every single jungle objective the way it's going for you. You get the feats of strength, but OG is resilient. Their spell pushing strategy works out. It's a near 40-minute game, so OG dragged it up to a point where they are strong enough to actually do a lot in these team fights. Zuko just becomes a monster on that fear, and if Kagura just keeps on hitting shockwaves like that, I don't think there's much you can do, especially with Deadeyes coming in with the Cyclone. You lock a lot of people up even before that shockwave comes in at the end of the day. And that's exactly why this man on your screen, YYZZ, otherwise known as Bud Lightyear, otherwise known as Kagura, is 8-0-11, a perfect game coming out from him. 1084 damage per minute, 7.7 CS per minute, 16.8k gold accumulated for him. But I think the most important thing were those Orianna shockwaves coming in for him, and it changed a lot of how these team fights are looking. It was the main initiation alongside Dead Eyes before fights break off, and I don't think Revenants had an answer for it, and there's a reason why Orianna was such a high prioritization for the side of OGs.
Definitely, definitely. And like during the draft, when they were picking up the champions, we were saying how Orianna will be playing a very crucial role in this game, because that ult did play a significant role. They had the Wukong, they had the Rakan to perfectly combo with her ult, and that did that did play out really well for them. Whereas we were saying that it is going to be very weak for Revenant because of those abilities.
And with that, guys, we'll be taking a very short break before we head into game 2 of this best of 5 series.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, 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 can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all they got. I'm going to the top. Stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Stand at attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. I'm like that. I'm gonna win. Flip the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Stand at attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Guys, welcome back to Intel and Lenovo presents India's Top Gamer featuring Mythpat. Me Mantis this time alongside Potato Monster, ex-Revenant ADC, mind you. So he's seeing his team currently losing in this series. But any thoughts on that first game, Potato? Because in the beginning, Revenants had a pretty okay start to it.
What a banger, madness. Yeah, I thought Revenants was going to win that, but especially like after that botch team fight where they kind of went in with the Wukong ult plus Oriana ult, got 3 people as well, and then they realized it's a 3v5 because Arfiera is still split pushing top. So that was interesting. They end up losing Atakan, they ended up losing Dragon, and I kind of thought that this is it, right? You got the Atakan, you got the Dragon, and like you have a lot of momentum, but then suddenly just a complete turnaround by OGs led by none other than Kagura himself, YYZZ. What a performance, madness. That Kagura was a machine that game. 1v9.
Absolutely, and like every single shockwave, at least 3 members were getting stuck in it, plus the Deadeye's ultimate coming in with the Wukong. I think Kagura being in this lineup and coming on foot over there is the reason they won that game. He did so good in that, as well as Zuko split pushing actually pays dividends later on. You know, like you're talking, there's one fight where the Drake played Zuko still split pushing, it didn't work out, but later on they had to add so many members to match Zuko on this side. But yeah, another reminder about the brackets, guys, over here on your screen, as you can see. All gods of reference, that lower bracket final that we are currently seeing before you at the second game that we're going to is basically a repeat of that upper bracket semi-final where all gods came out 3-1 against Revenants and are currently on the same path of maybe just doing a repeat of that. But without any delays, we are heading into the draft of game 2. All gods this time on the blue side, the Nasus ban coming out, aimed at Churn ready, the Aizen ban of the Caitlyn completely makes sense. The Hue against Kagura, but more importantly, even in the first game, they didn't ban out the Lissandra against Kagura, so maybe they have some ideas about what to do against it.
Yeah, probably. And this time, interestingly, we see the Kaisa ban, so they're also going to maybe try and respond with some more ADC bans of their own, try to pinch both ADCs down. But like my eyes are going to be on Kagura again. Like, I think he was like the main driving force, the tip of the spear, so to speak, in that last game. A really huge performance coming in from him, as you said, multiple 3-man shockwaves, 4-man shockwaves, and just absolutely dominating.
Absolutely dominating. And Bob's Blitzcrank has been banned out from all gods, as we see Revenants with their last ban whatsoever. Bob's Lux is left open without Caitlyn, maybe not something that he's going to end up picking up over here. I like the ban of the Kaiser against Harambe. You've already neutralized the Lucian just because of Fearless Draft by picking it yourself last game, even though you didn't have the best performance on it and didn't end up winning the game. At least in further matches in this Fearless Draft, no Lucian available. And I think that Caitlyn ban is always just going to be permanently there from Old Gods on their side. We don't get to see actually through the UI of what Revenants has banned out as the last, if they have gone for anything as such. But Old Gods are currently on the blue side. They have the first pick over here. What is going to get locked in? Remember last time it was a J4 ban that Old Gods had gone for, but with their first pick, they're going to be locking in the Gwen. Can be flex jungle, can be flex top.
Yeah, I think this is most probably a Gwen top. I don't think Dead Eyes plays Gwen in that jungle. There's also a good takeaway from Asian, and as we know, Charan Reddy kind of tends to gravitate towards those tanky effects, the On, the Malphite, sometimes the set, but mostly we see him on those tanks, and we're going to see a Jarvan pick by Revenants here, going to take that away from Dead Eyes. That is really interesting to me, because I think Ezzy is not super comfortable on the Jarvan, but they think it's like probably a great takeaway from Dead Eyes. They're going to pair it up with a Galio, which is going to work super well right now. So they're going to have the Jarvan R into the Galio R combination available to themselves.
Absolutely will have so. And like you said, we've not seen Ezreal play that much J4 in competitions that we have gone around. The Swain gets picked up, most likely going into Cargo. I don't think we're going to see Zuko being piloting on the top side as it goes on. And remember, last time we saw Trent Reddy blind pick the Mordekaiser from the top side. Didn't have the best of games on the champion. Basically allowed himself to get counter picked. Couldn't do much later on in team fights. Anytime he took anyone to Brazil, couldn't get kills. We saw Trundle hover, but it's the Xin Zhao. Pretty much I think the favorite maybe after Nafri for Deadeyes getting locked in the jungle. Super comfortable for him. So we get to see yet another Xin Zhao versus Jarvan battle between teams that we saw in yesterday's games. And these are very early aggressive junglers and can decide a lot of how lane fates and lane states will look out later on in the game.
Yeah, and I just love this draft coming in from OG. They immediately respond with the Swain, and you want to jump on me. I just love it. I love it. I'm going to press R and sit inside all of that stuff, healing up. It's amazing. And then they take the Xin Zhao as well. Again, with his ultimate, is able to really soak up a lot of damage. Soak up a lot of damage. He doesn't take any damage from outside. So really kind of playing around, like getting themselves a lot of tools to deal with the Jarvan R into the Galio R combination.
Yeah, and last time we saw Revenants ban out the Severe, this time going to be picking it up for themselves. So a lot of just taking it away from the other opponents and just taking for yourself. As we enter the second phase of banning, the Jinx gets banned out from Harambe. They don't want the excited ADC in the bot side. Harambe has been known to play it quite some bit. His Ezreal is left open, something that Kakao just never let him play that much in those first two games in yesterday's series. So maybe something along those pictures just become so slippery with the Ezreal, the Arcane Shift as well, especially against a combo like a J4 who's going to try to lock you up with the Cataclysm. You have to have a bit of a more mobile ADC unless you don't have that peel. The Shen ban comes out from Old Gods, so they want Charon playing that top side. Charon's left with the Justana ban coming in against Harambe. So very lot of hyper carry ADCs on the bot side getting banned out, and something that Severe might even end up struggling against as we head in to see what Old Gods have last to ban over here.
Yeah, interesting. I have two thoughts on the Revenants bans right now. I love the Jinx ban. Her long range is something that Sivir can struggle to deal with, and she's going to match your pressure in team fights and scaling, right? The Tristana ban is interesting because traditionally Tristana does not really do all that well into Sivir. I would know. So I'm not quite sure what's going on. We do see the Shen and the Nautilus bans. The Shen ban is amazing. The Nautilus ban implies to me that they're maybe looking to go for a more scaling kind of enchanter bot lane setup, but that's yet to be seen. It's going to be a Revenant's pick here, and it looks like they're going to go for, they are hovering the volley pair, so it looks like we're going to see something new. Charan Reddy on the volley pair. This is something we haven't really seen him play before, have we, Madness?
No, it's not something we have seen people getting out of their comfort zone. It's what something does in the field, especially in the lower bracket final where everything is to play for. There's huge money jumps as well, significant fight. And this is a champion I don't think that you shy away from whatsoever. Potato Boss is getting hovered right now by Harambe. The smolder gets hovered, the smolder gets locked in for the side of Old Gods. And what would you like to see paired up with it?
This is kind of this is something I did not. I didn't even know that Harambe actually plays Smolder. So it's interesting to see the Smolder. I do like the Smolder here because if you look at the composition on the other side, we have a Javan, we have a Galio, we have a Sivir, we have Volibear. So we have 3 melee champions and a very short range ADC. Do you know what that means? Whenever I queue the front line, I'm probably hitting the ADC as well. So I do like the Smolder pick here. And traditionally, Bob tends to not play those many range support champions. So maybe they respond here with a Karma pick, which is what I'm expecting, because a melee champion into the lane might result in them A, struggling a lot, and B, just kind of giving a lot of side. But with the Silver Karma, I think they do have a fairly strong lane. They have the ability to poke the Smolder out, so it's going to be interesting to watch this. On the one hand, if the Smolder gets to the late game, I think he can do a lot of damage to that team comp. On the other hand, there's also the possibility of this lane going really, really bad.
It is exactly like that. It's a bit of a knife edge about how it's going to go. And Hallucination gets his Thresh actually for himself. That's banned out quite a few times against him. And Thresh, I guess you say probably it's a bit of a hit and miss because you really need to hit those hooks. Otherwise, a lot of advantages go to Revenant's bot side about how you want to punish it instead. But that's your entire draft getting locked in over here. Any single draft that you are slightly favoring over here, Patel?
I wouldn't say slightly. So I have a couple of concerns about the drafts here. On the one hand, we have OG's drafts, right? It's pretty straightforward. I think it's a 5v5 comp. We have the Gwen kind of just skirting around the edges, dealing a ton of damage, is untargetable most of the time. And then we have the Smolder and the Thresh. The Thresh can keep the Smolder fairly safe against the dive potential of Revenant's comp. And Smolder, if he gets to those late game teams, he's going to deal a lot of splash damage in this team. We have Volibear, we have Jarvan, we have Galio. Sivir is also fairly short range, so like there's a pretty high chance that he can like very easily get 3 to 4 man splashes consistently on his queue, and like with the HP stacking, there's also a lot of burn damage you have to consider. On the other hand, OG's draft does have a lot of dive and a fair bit of global pressure with the Galio, but my concern is that as we go into the mid game, I feel like they might be lacking a fair bit of damage because we look at the comp. Jarvan has good damage in the early game, but like in the mid to late game, you don't play around the Jarvan's damage. Similarly for Galio, good damage in the early game, but in the mid to late game, not really a damage threat. The Volibear is also just very annoying in general. He can do a decent amount of damage in extended fights, but not really a very damage focused champion as such. And the Sivir is going to take quite a bit of time to scale up, get to the point where she can be like the solo damage threat on the team comp. So I'm worried that if OGs is able to like get into the driver's seat and get an early lead, and the Sivir, or if the Sivir is behind, that Revenants might find themselves like they'll find themselves with the tools to start fights, but without the damage to actually finish the fights.
Exactly, you're gonna try and get people up, but you don't have the damage to, you can't do much, especially against a Gwen and Smolder that's gonna scale up. So you have to do a lot in this early game, not take it to a long game like that last game of 40 minutes pretty much between these two sides. As you said, like a bit lacking on that side. Churn ready, we're gonna see him, I think maybe first time, maybe second time seeing him play the Volibear in competition overall. So this is going to be interesting to see how he does against Zuko in the top side. Was a bit on the behind foot in the last game, let himself get counter picked. Zuko takes advantage because his split push, even with the Gwen, very good in split push, very hard to match later on if you don't have the damage against it. Especially like you're saying, if Severe falls behind, damage will be lacking by Revenants. You can't do much. You're going to try and lock up maybe single targets, but after that, the fights break out. Old Gods will be having them set for your, or you can do as much as you can, and you are very short range. That helps the Xin Zhao quite a bit. He goes in, he just sweeps, crescent sweeps. He's going to be fine in these fights, just doesn't get damaged that much. You have a good front line essentially over there, but later on that Galio, like you said, damage not there. He's basically there for the taunt and the ultimates later on in the game from himself. And what else can we expect to be seeing on this shift? And by the way, guys, this is going to be game 2 between these both sides. We are the lower bracket final. First game went to the side of Old Gods, where like Potato, I had the same view that I thought Revenants after the Ultracan had it maybe in the bag, but they just did not respect that team fight potential that there was from Old Gods with that Wombo combo of the Orion Pit plus Deadeyes. And this is something you have to look forward to over here. They have to go for maybe an early finish if Revenants have to take us towards a game 3 with them being 1-1 in the series.
Yeah, and that's what Revenants is going to look to do, because if they lose the game here, the pressure is really going to be on them, because then it's on match point and you can't really take any risks at that point. You have to play super safe. If you had some things that you wanted to try, you don't really want to try that anymore, and that's kind of just the pressure of being at match point. And we did talk a lot about issues that the Revenants draft might face, but there are some positives as well there. So the Smolder Thresh lane going into the Severe Karma, they are going to lose a lot of pressure in the early game. So I'm kind of expecting like the bot lane to have pretty much permanent prio throughout the early game. So that should let Severe like hit her item spikes really easily. Uh, She's also fairly good at trading with the Smolder, especially with the Karma and her spell shield. Smolder being very spell heavy, so the early game is going to be rough for that lane. So I want to see if with the Jarvan they are able to actually do something in the bot lane. Maybe set the Smolder behind in the early game, and remove a lot of the threat that they are going to face if like he gets to maybe just freely scale. On the other, they also have a couple of melee champions, and those traditionally are just a little bit better against Xinjiao and uh, Gwen, because they are able to actually enter the ring and do damage to them, versus ranged champions who like you try to deal damage to the Gwen and you get this very annoying message that reads Gwen is immune. So that is not very fun. Luckily for melee champions, they don't really have to deal with that. But on the other hand, if the Gwen is fed, if the Xinjiao is like really strong, it can be a struggle, because like you're committing a multi melee comp into those champions, and then Gwen just goes snip snip snip. That's all AoE damage. It's percentage HP true damage. Again, the Smolder, you go on the Gwen, you go on the Xinjiao, the Smolder is queuing you. You're going to take a lot of splash damage, a lot of true damage burn over there. So there's going to be this constant race. Like the Sivir is going to maybe do a lot of splash damage with her W bounces, but there's like a lot of damage coming out from the other side as well, and these are like two very slow sailing comps. So the team fights could really ramp up here, madness.
Absolutely. And without any further ado, we're heading into game 2 of this best of 5 series, the lower bracket final. OGs on the blue side, Revenants on the red side, and it is OGs with the 1-0 lead in the series. I don't think we're going to see that many early game shenanigans from either side. It looks like Zuko has left base without any items, if that's not a glitch on my screen. So I hope Zuko realizes that very soon and goes back and picks up his own item. The flag comes in from Asian. He takes control of this bush for himself. And no, the E from Kagura doesn't pull him back in on that side, but Zuko is walking forward, doesn't have anything. He still, I don't think, realize he doesn't have his items as of yet. A nice unseen play cube from that side of the wall stops the recoil from Swain, as we just see nothing else. We're going to see maybe an early ward coming from Ezreal later on this side. That's exactly what he does in the blue side of the jungle of the Gwen, but no counter wards coming in from OGs.
Yeah, that does give a bit of an advantage. I think, although to be honest, on the one hand, Revenants does have really strong vision control over the OG jungles, but I do believe they have overwarded. You see, there is already a ward on Raptors, and plus there's a ward on Blue Buff. You don't need those many wards to actually track the enemy jungler. But the real concern here, as you mentioned, is that Zuko does not have a starting item, and looks like a fight is going to break out in the bot lane immediately. Just a small trade. Not much is going to happen there, I guess. Interesting little trade that's going on, but I guess both teams end up taking a fair bit of damage. That's it, just chill out. I do expect the Karma and Sever to kind of get pry over this lane overall. And yeah, I think the biggest concern for OGs right now is one, Zuko doesn't have an item, and two, they don't have no idea where Zian is pathing, and he is on a Jarvan.
Yeah, and that's that Jarvan is going to be very aggressive in the laning phase earlier on. He's going to go for his side. As you predict, that bot side will be getting that prior for themselves, getting these waves pushing. You have the poke from Bob, you have the ricochets coming in from the Sivir, and Harambe is already being forced to pop his health pot. And the enchanted Q does not actually land, the mantra Q does not land from Bob, which is trying to get. The root comes in from the Swain, he pulls him into the W, the taunt from Galio. doesn't catch anything out, and he does eat a third shot for his troubles. Talking about CS, Zuko, I don't think still has realized that they don't have anything. And another ward has just been placed by Volibear. He's put it in deep on that side because he realizes Jinzhao will be passing towards the top over there. Zuko, I'm not sure if he realized doesn't have item, is being a bit more on the passive side. Health pots have been burnt from Galio in the mid lane after taking that third shot for himself, as well as Smolder just basically trying to get his stacks up, just trying to survive this laning phase right now.
Yeah, and this bot lane, I pretty much like. I expect they'll get bullied, but an interesting, a good flash engage attempt by the Thresh, but he does trade flash with the Karma. I think he's more than happy to do that right now. On the other hand, we do have a. This is really interesting, man. It looks like there's a gang top on top of a world.
There is a gank on top of a ward. Churn Ready has to burn his flash, but the knock up with the Q3 from Zinja plus the W secures the kill. First blood for OGs. Deadeye takes that, and Deadeye was walking up through a ward. I don't know why Churn does not anticipate this in. He had gone for maybe a nice exchange with Crown, recognizing he doesn't have items, but maybe not paying attention to his map. The ward that he had placed himself, he does not respect for the vision that it required for him, and he pays with it with his life. The bot side Ezin might be looking for a dive right now over here. That's a very low smolder. A nice play interrupts the flag and drag. The hook connects, and it connects onto Aizen, who picks up the kill. You have the smolder going down, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Both supports picking up the kills on the opposing ADCs.
Yeah, good response by Revenants, but like I think we need to touch upon what happened at the top lane because uh, you had a ward at had a ward at Raptors, right? So you saw the Zinja do his Raptors, you saw him leave. You proceed to ward the top side again, so you know Zinja is top side right now, and he doesn't show on the ward. What could that possibly mean? That's only one other thing he could be doing. He's either ganking mid or he's ganking top.
He does
So
not
it's just
respect it.
kind of
It's basically his
unexpected.
life. Yeah,
Yeah.
it is very unexpected for him to do these kind of things. And Churn, I'm not sure, he's not had the best of series so far, and this is reflecting in even just this small play coming out for them. And OGs are now just 1 kill away from the feats of warfare.
Yeah, that and they'll really want to get the feat right. They have a Smolder, they have Swain. These champions really love having those upgraded boots, and that gets even more time for the Smolder to kind of just scale into the late game. And the end of the day, even though both comps scale very well, Smolder always has that infinite scaling potential. So if the game just keeps getting dragged out, the Smolder is just going to scale non-stop to infinity.
Exactly. He's just going to keep on getting the scaling for himself. Gwen scales really well in the late side. Unfortunately, it was Deadies that picked up that kill, but he'll be looking to make another impact. The Jarvan, unfortunately, till now, with that kind of okay dive on the bot side, it was a nice play from Hallucination to block the flag and drag, essentially, makes it a 1v1. And he hooks Aizen instead on the other side because he knows Jarvan's going to get out as soon as the flag and drag does not connect. And that essentially comes out. Jarvan is still going to push forward over. At least this time, my Gwen has items, has a blasting wand, as well as tier 1 boots for himself, so maybe can fight some back. But the bot side is just about this Smolder surviving, trying to get his stacks for himself, not much. The boomerang also connects from the severe. Quite low on the HP is the Smolder, has to get his own reset over here, give up this wave that will be a cannon coming in over, and Helu at least will be picking up the XP instead. On the other side, you can see that with that bot prior, Ezin has picked up the Drake for him as trading continues in the top side.
Yeah, and that's kind of what you want to do against the Smolder, right? You have the super weak lane, you want to pick up dragons, and that's exactly what they do. Dragon spawns, they take it. On the other hand, Crown seems to be doing pretty much fine in this lane over here. He is going to outscale the Volibear really hard. Deadeyes is also hovering him. He's getting a lot of support there, and the bot lane is it's behind like around 20 CS, but they're doing fine. They're just holding on. It is a really bad matchup for them, and they had to pick early in the drafting phase, whereas the Revenants chose to hold their bot lane picks till the very end. So this is a bit expected. You did get countered. So I think they're more than happy to just scale, and as long as they don't just give too many kills over, it's just perfectly fine. They're just going to let Kagura and Deadeyes and Zuko just apply pressure, and they're going to do their best to absorb pressure and hopefully just not lose out too much.
Yeah, I think they're just going to be fine at this point. The Smolder is, like you said, a bit behind in CS, but that's expected with you getting countered. On the other side, Crown, who had, that iffy situation, oopsie situation early on without items, is also doing fine. He's frozen the wave towards himself. Volibear is going to have to walk back all the way. He's going to lose some XP as well because, he's just dying against the wave. Mid side, it's still bang even in CS between these two mid laners. Unseen Blade goes in, gets the taunt onto Kagura. Kagura doesn't get the W onto him, doesn't get that added HP stack, but does get the root. Harambe flies over the wall. The root still connects from Bob as well as the boomerang from Aizen. I think Harambe has to be careful when he is in that 1v2 kind of scenario while his session will get his own reset. Don't lose too much HP before because you're anyway getting poked quite heavily, especially underneath your turret, and you have to get those early resets. Otherwise, it is very problematic. But now with your Thresh in the lane, we good. It's very unusual situation where you see the support has a higher level than the ADC.
Yeah, not something we see really often, but it looks like a fight is going to break out in the bot lane here. Hook is going to connect on the Karma. Jarvan going in with the flag and drag. Thresh R to disengage. Jarvan waiting a bit and then going for the R on the Thresh. He is taking a lot of damage, but not enough damage taken down. Zinja R is going to come out for the disengage, and looks like no lives will be lost this time as the Galio and Swain were also looking to join in on the action, but nothing really happens there.
Yeah, it looked like the Galio was making his way over just for the hero's entrance, justice entrance for himself, but nothing actually does come out. A nice crystal sweep from the Zinjao blocks a lot of more damage on the way out, and as well, they just slowly come back to their own lane. The Q lands from Bob, and they just constantly poking against this win. The root lands from Kagura over here on to the Galio. He even uses the W, gets some more XP for himself, but Daddy does not mind. He has the Fade Rush for exactly this trades, runs away, has fun with it no matter what. I think Harambe has to be much more careful with these boomerangs from the Seviers, doing quite some bit of damage in these trades fights for himself. Grubs have been spawned for around 1 minute 15 seconds on the map. Harambe again going for aggressive trades when maybe not necessarily. He's 2 levels behind Aizen essentially right now and has to keep aware. This might even look to just continuously just poke down, and that CS lead has ballooned to a 40 CS lead difference between these two ADCs. Aizen had a comfortable 81 for himself. The flail comes in from illusion. The flash gets burnt by Harambe. The hook that looked like was going for Aizen goes to Bob instead, forces the flash away from the Karma. So now it's a flashless Smolder and a flashless Karma for the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, Harambe is really not having a good game here, man. And I think part of the reason is that he has skipped over the cull on the smolder. And the way the cull works on the smolder is that it's very similar to how it works on Yunara. When you queue a bunch of minions, you get a lot of healing from pretty much all of them. So you get that cull, you get a lot of sustain. It's like having a vamp scepter on other champions. He decided to skip that over, and perhaps not knowing how the item really works on Smolder, goes for the entropy instead, and he's really struggling right now. He does have the refill pot, but I feel like going for a cull here would have helped out so much madness.
Yeah, I think also with the cull, yeah, you need it with the sustain lane. You're already doing quite so bad, and unfortunately, it doesn't go that way. Now, Crown also has the CS lead on to Volibear, albeit just at 5. Jungle's pretty much almost even now. Swain has picked up more CS for himself, 7 CS up ahead of the Galio, but the main CS difference is still going to be that bot side, still around that 40, maybe even swelling to that 50 CS difference mark between that Volibear Q charge on to Zuko. Doesn't mind that for himself, dodges the E from the Volibear. Zuko is 1 level up ahead. This might be a gank coming in onto Unseen Blade. Swain walks in from this side. He is going to catch out onto the Galio, but the hero's entrance gets him away from the fighting. The lantern was thrown by the Thresh. No one ends up picking that up. The Catman comes in, flashed away by Kagura, but a nice root pulls back 2 members on this side. The Swain ultimate is still going on. More members are in the fight. The root connects from Bob over that side, but it's Aizen that picks up the kill. Maybe if you use the lander, you don't have to use the flash in that scenario. You can fight properly, but nobody respected the Thresh lander. No one ends up taking it. Hallucinations like somebody please just grab on. But with that kill picked up, either team can pick up the feats of strength as well as now Aizen and Co have a free Drake for themselves.
Yeah, and this is kind of the bot pressure manifesting into dragons, right? Smolder is really, really behind. He's not even able to push waves out effectively because he's just so behind on items. And as we say that, it looks like Thresh is going to get caught by the enemy bot lane. Is taking a fair bit of damage. Slow is going to connect from the Smolder. So he does manage to barely survive. Like the bot lane is so incredibly behind right now. So, madness. Like I get it that this is a losing matchup, but maybe you're losing a bit too much.
I think they just use an excuse like, anyway, guys, we were going to lose anyway. It doesn't matter by how much, but it is quite significant, like you're saying. And maybe this is just Arame not used to playing small other way. Maybe not building the call for exactly those matters, just trying something new out over here. Maybe let's just see how well he does otherwise. There was looking like maybe Zinja wanted to go here on to the unseen plate, but no, unseen plate is out of anything incoming. The roots are continuously landing from Kagura. He's barely missed a few of them, essentially. And the Hollow Radiance completed for unseen plate. He won't be taking that much AP damage right now. The Blackfire Torch completed by the Swain. Zinjao has the Thunder Sky, the Nash's Tooth by the Gwen. Another Thunder Sky by the Jarvan, and Essence Reaver completed by the Severe. Hook comes in for hallucination, but there's nobody close by, so nothing else comes up. He's just annoying the big bear, forcing him to use the Q back away that side. He had already got the wave to crash, so he's not losing out on anything whatsoever. He's looking to maybe pick up the Krugs for no, he's just walking to pick up the red buff instead.
And looks like a fight might break out at the mid lane here, but everybody just looks at people existing there like, all right, you're here as well. Tips Fedora leaves. Yeah, so nothing happens. Hallucination just being so obnoxious in the top lane. His jungler was nowhere close. His top laner was nowhere close, and he's like, you know what? Let me go have some fun with this guy.
Oh, Ezio might
Meanwhile,
be cutting out here. He's trying to get away from this fight. Here comes the heroes and just the nice play of the flag and drag prevents Ezio from going. Instead, he goes into 3 members, but it's not enough to save his life. The damage coming in from the Swain ultimate is humongous. Aizen's trying to run for the hills. Flash has already been used, but there's nowhere this Severe can go except straight to the Grace King. A double kill picked up for the Swain. Aizen paying for the sins of his jungler, and it doesn't look like Revenants are faring much better. The bot lane is behind, but everywhere else is ahead right now for Old Gods.
Yeah, that was a bit of a disaster. The bot side is not where you want to be losing right now, guys. They took the bot lane tower. They didn't push in the wave though, and there was nobody spotted on the wave, which means they could be anywhere. And Azian still chooses to go for the dive. Meanwhile, Crown here is getting chased down by the bear, might lose his life, and he does lose his life. So he seems to have flipped the script a bit here from game one, where he is ahead a bit. I don't think Zuko is going to be too stressed out about that. He is a Gwen. He's got his Nash's Tooth now, 1 item complete. He's going to be just chilling out there, scaling away to glory.
And yeah, because Revenants picked up all 3 grabs plus the first 2 drakes of the game, as well as the first turret in the bot side, now they have the feats of strength for themselves denied to the side of OGs, but Revenants had feats of strength in game 1 as well. Didn't pay out that well. They weren't quite a nice spot, but couldn't do much elsewhere. They have it around a 1.5k goal lead for themselves over here. Unseen Blade switch over to the bot side. The middle lane is coming in to help towards the Rift Herald right now that is being spawned on your map for around 50 seconds. Hallucination, and why was easy? He's waiting in the bush. He walks slightly out of it, pulls back in Ezreal, but that's not the kind of member you want to actually be going for. The TPs coming in from Unseen Blade. He's joined the fight. Zuko has his own TP, but I think they're just choosing to give up the Herald instead, realizing they can't actually end up going for the fight. Zuko just wants to pick up the CS instead, and that's going to be the Herald going over to Revenants. So every single jungle objective till now picked up by Revenants.
Yeah, and losing the Herald means that they're probably going to lose this mid tower or the top T2, hopefully, really soon. It's up to them to decide what they want to prioritize. I think the mid tower will go down eventually, but OGs are really struggling in terms of objectives. I mean, they were in the last game as well. I think the game plan right now is just like, we just want to scale in peace. We have a Swain, we have a Smolder, we have a Gwen, so if this game goes to 40 minutes, we're probably going to win it, right? So I think that's the game plan right now.
Yeah, it's probably the game plan. Now it's Kagura who's going to face against Churn Ready in the top side instead. Deadeyes is close by in case help is requirement. Essin's the one carrying the eye if he wants to use it on any side. Unseen Blaze making his way to the Gwen in the bot side. The taunt does not connect onto Zuko. Snips is coming, but this is a Hollow Radiance. Galio, he's not going to take too much damage. Plus, he has that Oblivion Orb as well. The root lands on a Hallucination. There's nowhere the Thresh can go except straight to the gray screen. Aizen picks up his second kill of the game, and Hallucination not respecting that there could be more members that side. And this is where that bot lane prioritization has helped out so much. You have the complete domination there. You're pushing over in the mid side. You're enjoying it quite somewhat. Wherever you're getting every single regular, you might scale for the side of OGs, but you're not going to be doing yourself any favors if it continues on like this continuously.
Yeah, and this dragon could spell trouble for OGs if they're not able to get it, but looks like they might be wanting to contest it. We're not sure right now. There is one TP coming in. Zuko is holding on to his TP so far. It looks like they're going to just give it up, which means that Revenants is going to be on Soul Point, and that's going to be a Hextech Soul. Definitely don't want to give that up.
Oh, the taunt lands. This is going to be a dead hallucination as well. So you give up a kill, you give up the Drake. Why not just completely back off? I don't understand what is happening there for OGs. It is not what you were expecting. We do have, it seems to be a pause in the game, but yes, 70 minutes being on Hextech Soul Point is something that Revenants don't mind. They wanted an early game lead. They have the early game lead. If they pressurize it like this, I don't think we're going to get to a point where the Smolder has his stacks. I don't think we get to a point where OGs can fight back, because OG is giving up everything, and they're even giving up kills on the way out as well.
Yeah, just a lot of bleeding in general. Like, I think OGs really needs to kind of stabilize right now. They are giving up too many kills. They're just giving up too much. They're already facing a Hextech Soul, and you're facing like a Sivir and a bunch of other champions that would really benefit from having the extra ability to chase you down, and that soul is really terrible for them. So this game is honestly looking really bad for EG. I do think that this they might have given up a bit too much, and this game might be done. But game one was also kind of looking done, but they were able to just somehow pull through. But I do feel like in this case, if Revenants is able to get the Hextech Dragon Soul, this might be a really rough game for OGs.
Exactly, and they're on a path to get it at a very fast point as well. The Smolder has been suffocated for quite some of this laning phase. He could not do much instead, and I just don't see how else they can do it, because even then they try to pressure. I think the only mistake that the Revenants have made is when that Aizen was in the red buff, he got caught out, Sivir ends up dying as well. Except for that, not seeing that many mistakes, and they're getting pretty much every single jungle objective uncontested. Like you're saying, I think OG's plan is let us scale up, but if you just continues like this, you're never going to get to the point where you want to be too scaled up.
Yeah, this definitely seems like a scaling for next game angle, where they're just giving everything up and they're just waiting for the game to end. I guess I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, and guys, with that being said, because of the disconnect, we're going to take a very short break before we jump back into the game action of game 2 here.
Is winning, gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gonna drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sink with the boys. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all they got. I'm going to the top. Right on the way 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 to the top. I'm going in. I'm gonna win. Live deep. They let it I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all they got. I'm going to the top. Right on the way 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 to the top. Did it, I did it, I did it. I'm going in, got me like all grind. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop.
Guys, welcome back to Lenovo and Intel presents India's Top Gamer featuring Mythpat. This is the League of Legends segment. It's me, Madness, alongside Potato Monster. We were in the midst of Game 2 and it was looking a lot Revenants sided, and it's going to continue exactly like that as Revenants are just marching it away in the base. We missed some action after the pause. It seems that Kagura also ended up dying as well as Harambe Avenger. And you can see that maybe Zuko has the same idea of trying to go split pushing, but Revenants are just not in a very good place right now.
Yeah, I think you meant OGs there, Madness, but yeah, not in a good place. But what's interesting is that Kagura did disconnect. They paused for that, and I think Revenants decided to kill him anyway. So they really want to win this game. Anyways, they are in the driver's seat right now. I see 3 dragons to none. They have grubs. They have every single objective. The Smolder is on 100 CS at 18 minutes. I don't know how many stacks he has, but it's probably not a lot. And they're kind of struggling right now. Oh, looks like OGs is trying to give away the mid inhibs so that they can kind of get a bunch of free CS on the Smolder. And so this might be a silver lining for them a bit.
Yeah, this actually might be because now Smolder actually gets to get some stacks for himself as well. And breaking an inhibitor pre 20 minutes or pre before you get Baron is always a bad point because, yeah, you get a lot of free CS coming your way. That's going to be problematic anyway that you look at it. But look at that. Smolder is just going to sit there, just keep on trying to get his farm. Zuko, who was split pushing, is now getting punished a bit by Unseen Blade. But Hallucination, yet again, might just get caught out. The flying dragon into the Cataclysm ensures that Ezreal picks up his first kill of the game. They're going to be targeting towards this tier 2 in the bot side, while Smolder is just currently trying to keep on getting his stacks. It's going to take some time before he even gets to a number where he gets his execution. Zuko facing off. This tier 2 is not long for this world in the bot side, and Revenants firmly in the driver's seat still.
Yeah, madness, and I think I'm just gonna call it here. I think this game is pretty much over for OGs unless they can like pull out something huge. And Zuko might be looking to do just that, but looks like Unseen Blade is just going to maybe escape here. But no, the second ult does connect, but he still does manage to survive. Last time we did watch this more at around the 19-minute mark, he still did not have his 125 stack upgrade, so he's a long way away from that 225. So this could be a game where the game ends before the Smolder even gets his 225 stacks, madness.
No, and Unseen Blade pulling a SOAS, TP's away. It looked like he was set up for failure. They chased him quite a bit. They don't even get that. The Artakan goes over to the side of Revenants, and Revenants are very nicely put right now. 5 kills was severe. The Essence Reaver, the Navor is Flicker Blade completed. The Smolder looking to complete his Infinity Edge, has the PF sword as well as a Cloak of Agility component, but nothing after that. At least the only silver lining is this wave continuously comes inside the mid side and you get your stacks up. You get the CS up for this Smolder, because he was at one point really behind the Severe, right? He was like twice, maybe Severe was twice his CS at that point. And honestly, I think breaking up this inhibitor could maybe give them maybe some slight avenue maybe back in this game.
Yeah, and that seems to be working out really well for them. The mid lane minions are just permanently pushing in. Revenants is getting 0 farm out of that. They have a pretty substantial gold lead already, so it's not going to be too crazy at the end of the day. They're still getting a lot of stuff on the map while this is down. But yeah, you always have to be careful about leaving a very low HP inhibitor pre-20, let's say 24, 23 minutes, because that means that you're just funneling farm into your enemy.
You don't want to be funneling the farm, especially into a Smolder who was having such a hard time. Now is getting free stacks for himself, and you can't do anything else on the map. You got the tier 2, but nothing else except for that on the bot side. Drake coming up, at least Soul should be getting locked in for Revenants, because OGs can't at least fight this. Swain's on the top side. He has the TP coming in. You can see Deadeyes goes in, tries to get his camp, but there are no camps. Maybe picks up the Scuttle instead for his troubles. Drake has spawned. The opposite jungler is not even close by. This is a free Drake for Revenants if I ever see one. So he's going to put them at Hextech Soul. Pre-23 minutes.
Yeah, this is pretty much just over, madness. I think Revenants is just waiting for that Baron buff to kind of just close this game out. The wave clear is not going to be very strong from OG. Their primary wave clear was the Smolder, and the Smolder is incredibly behind. He has probably had 125 stacks for the last 125 plus stacks for the last 3 minutes or so. Honestly, I think this is going to be a game madness where the game just ends before the Smolder 25. The Smolder pick has not worked out at all. We were talking in during Champ Select whether Harambe is comfortable on the champion, because we've never really seen him play it, right? And it seems that the answer to that question is going to be a very strong no.
It does seem like a no. Churn gets a nice cheeky stack of the Grasp of the Undying for himself from Crown. There are 3 members come this side, but your mate's getting pushed in over here. Now Smolder has to be careful. Every time he goes in, gets the wave, comes back, gets his reset, especially for himself. Zuko's going to get spotted out on the spin quad on this side. The tier 2 in the top lane, next on the minds of Revenants members. Nobody from OGs can match this out right now. This is going to be a free tier 2. 750 gold spread across their numbers for them as they march in. But still, the Smolder picking up those mid waves. The stacks should be looking pretty nicely for him at this point, because he's picked up quite a few of these waves. But still, it's going to take quite some time before he becomes anything of a menace, basically, in these fights. And look at this, a setup in the jungle for OGs. Revenants are looking to pick out any members. Churn Ready's come here onto Zuko in the bots, and the Q connects, but Deadeyes is close by. This is going to be a 2 versus 1. The ultimate from Churn Ready to run away, create some distance. He realizes that doesn't happen. The slows come in, but here comes the hero's entrance from the Galio. The mother comes in. It's a 5v2. I don't know what essentially they wanted to do in this fight for Revenants. I think just let the bully pair die. Instead, the Galio ends up giving his life. The flag and jab gets flashed away by Harambe. The cannon comes in, a flash by Deadites to run outside. But all in all, it's still a 1-for-0 with Unseen Blade being the casualty in this fight.
Yeah, but that 1-for-0 might not be a 1-for-0 for very long, as Crown is kind of trying to run for his life over here. He's going to dash out of the circle, but there are multiple members chasing him down. They have vision of him, and he is wasting a fair amount of time here, though, and there is no way. Oh, he actually avoids. He doesn't take the gate, and he's going to try and make an escape. Jumps right into the Sivir. I don't think he's very long for this world, and he does eventually get taken down. It's quite sad. The Smolder is sitting at about the 180, 185 stack count, I think, right now. So maybe we will see a 225 stack Smolder. But honestly, Madness, I feel like it's maybe a bit too late. We are probably going to see Revenants start up the Baron real soon, and they do. And there's no way OG can actually contest this, right? And with that Baron, I think it's only a matter of time till they close out the game.
Yeah, they have to just walk it in pretty much after this point. I think if they don't make any mistakes, this is pretty much a GG at this point. A 5.5k goal lead for Revenants. The Baron takes quite some time to go down because Aizen, it was not there for majority of it. Oh, sorry, Bob was not there as well. But bot side Churn Ready was getting that wave pushed in. You have to go to answer that wave. Smolder at least tries to get some stacks that side. Gwen, who had a pretty okay start to the game, is still 0-2-2, has the Riftmaker, the Nashor's Tooth, but is still not something that can be enough and like a side lane. Turn Ready is the guy who's the monster instead. And anytime Crown walks up too forward, the Volibear is there to go onto him. Talking about the ADC's itemizations, you can see Severe has one entire item ahead of the Smolder right now.
Yeah, at least the Smolder isn't going for any kind of funny builds this time. At least I'm happy about that. We did hear the howl of the dragon earlier, so he has hit the 225 stacks. You can see the burn effect is active right now. So the Smolder is online, but I feel like it might be a bit too late because he is very behind on items, and they're gonna kind of need like a really, really good team fight to maybe like just kind of a Hail Mary kind of team fight to win this game out, but right now it's looking really rough, honestly.
It is looking really rough. I don't think there is any way that OGs can fight back. Like you're saying, it's a bit too behind right now between them, between anything that they can actually do to make a difference. Like you said, Smolder is a bit too behind and he can't make that much of an impact. Like you said, a bit too late. And you can't do much in this scenario. Mid inhibitor goes down, the mid tier 3 is sure to follow suit. You can see the Hextech procs actually coming out. Harambe very low, the mother gets called, but the taunt lands and everybody dives in on the small dragon. He's not long for this world. So is Hallucination, so is the Swain. All that's left is Zuko as the last man standing for all gods, and even he is no longer there. Revenants walking into the base over here. A 27-minute game, almost 12 minutes earlier than their last one, as they end their game in good fashion and take us to 1-1 in the series heading into game 3.
Yeah, man, there's a really strong clapback coming up from Revenants. They were taken down in that game 1, but the game 2, they were honestly looking very dominant from start to end. Really, they got that lead in the early game and then make sure they translated to objectives, kept the lead going, and just honestly just more or less a very clean game by Revenants. And if they want to take away the series, this is what they need to be showing us more of. On the other hand, OG is think trying a bit of an experimental draft with the Smolder there, because I haven't really seen them play that champion out there. Maybe it was the pinching of the champion pool that resulted in that, but honestly just did not work out. The Smolder was just way too behind in the early game to like have any impact in the mid game, late game team fights, and that you just can't have that.
And the last 10 minutes, the Smolder basically just stayed near his Nexus turrets, farming that super minion wave that just kept on coming in the mid side, with the inhibitor being broken in pre-20 minutes. So he was never there in fights later on. Finally gets to a point where he has significant stacks, but even then, his team is so far behind, there's not much you can do about it in that scenario. And like you said, bit of an experimentation coming in. We've not seen Harambe play that much Smolder, and I think we can count this one as a failure, at least just for this game. Maybe we see him come back stronger later on as a Smolder in different games, but at least for this one, their experiment did not pay them any dividends. They unfortunately have given a game over to OGs, and now given the game over to Revenants, and Revenants are the ones with that momentum now on their side heading into Game 3.
Yeah, and Revenants is going to be pretty happy with that. Last time they did end up going down to OGs 1-3, but the series is already 1-1, so it can't possibly end worse than that, right? But I don't think that's what Revenants are looking to do. They are five members strong right now. SZN is back, and it's kind of really showing, because last time we saw Dead Eyes was having a lot of impact in the jungle. Shaikan wasn't really able to match up to them, and Asian is like doing really well against him. And he's just like, now Revenants is kind of, I would say, given both games, at least in the early to mid game, in both games, they have been in the driver's seat as far as objective control, just taking resources around the map is considered. They did kind of falter in game one in the team fight department, which eventually led to their downfall. But game two overall, just very clean. They had a very strong lead, and it just felt like OGs didn't really have any chance in the game after the disaster in the bot lane was that the Smolder just goes down 40 CS, 50 CS, loses tower, and just is completely irrelevant.
Yeah, and like the early pressure bot side was quite a bit onto him. There's a lot of trades that Harambe went for, honestly, that he shouldn't be going if he just wants to survive and get stacks in that lane. There was an early dive in the bot side, there was a failure of attempt, but Severe gets a huge lead for herself. Top side, maybe a bit of shenanigans happened, but other than that, every single jungle objective going over to the side of Revenants, and OGs were saying, okay, it's okay, we give it to them, we're going to scale up, but do you really scale up if you don't get to the point where you can scale up, honestly? Because that's where OGs Revenants just walk in. They take the Baron buff, they come with empowered minions, and they just say GG. They take the tier 2, they go near the tier 3, get the Smolder locked up with the taunt, he can't do much. Everybody's in basically that small circle of area, and just, it was pretty much GG at that point. I think it was GG after we could see the Hextech going down for them, Hextech soul for them, Sam.
Yeah, the Hextech will just spreads room. You have the Sivir ult going on, you're being chased down, you're constantly being slowed in an AoE, and when you're already behind 5k goal, you can't just have a team fight where you're being run down with Hextech Soul. There's no avenue for escape. The game just ends immediately right after that in the first team fight they take. So yeah, it's like I said, the Hextech Soul is like really bad. Maybe if it is something like a Chemtech Soul, even a Cloud Soul, maybe they would have been able to push through, but Hextech was probably the one soul they couldn't deal with at all.
Yeah, and I think their game plan of giving the objectives over, not fighting for a single one, doesn't pay out the way that they hope for. But let's just take a look at the stats of the game. The scoreboard's in front of you guys. It was a relatively less skill game compared to what we usually see between these two teams. 14 kills for Revenants to the 6 kills of OGs. For a long time, it was just like 2 kills each. At the end, it was a 10k goal difference in favor of Revenants. 10 towers to 1. There was just that one tower that Zuko picked up in the top side, where there was even objective bounty technically at the point. But looking at jungle, there's a big fat 0 across every single category for OGs. Everything taken away by Revenants. They had the Hextech Soul, they got all the grubs, the Herald, the Atakan, and as soon as the Baron was taken, they marched themselves forward, take that victory for themselves as they take us to a game 3 with them being equal in this series.
Yep, and Revenants is going to be super happy with that. And moving on, we have the MVP for the game, Aizen, the mystery man with the silhouette on the Sivir. 7-3 and 6 KDA, 1000 damage per minute, 8.4 CS, and a 14k goal hit in the end. Honestly, this bot lane and Aizen's presence in it was the reason this game completely went the way of Revenants. Hallucination on the Thresh and Harambe on the Smolder really had no answer to the Sivir poke, the Sivir bounce damage, and they were just constantly under tower, getting shoved in. They lose tower, the Sivir is moving to the mid lane, and now the game is just completely unplayable. So hats off to this guy for a really, really strong performance this game.
Yeah, him and Bob were just wreaking havoc in the bot side. Like you said, the Smolder, the Thresh couldn't do much. I saw a nice couple of hooks coming out from Hallucination, but other than that, nothing else. It did seem to manifest. He did stop a couple of flagging drags of Ezreal or with the flare, but that's just nothing you can do at that point when the rest of your team is so far behind, when you are so far behind. And yeah, Severe just goes, takes everything she needs, bot side, picks up the turret for herself, heads over the mid side. No one can actually start matching her. And in team fights, there was just no answer. And actually, they just never came for team fights from the side from Volcons. They just never came for those fights. But guys, before we head into game 3, we see how who actually gets the advantage of this series. We'll take a very short break.
Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 Did it, I did it. I'm going in. Got me like, on grind. Woo! Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. I'm going to win. Flip and I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Still an attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. Yeah. Reach the underground method. Got nachos, get the most in the little. Straight to the pushing country, baby.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Hey guys, welcome back to Lenovo and Intel presents India's Top Gamer. We are right now on Game 3 of the lower bracket finals between OG and Revenants. And this is a bit of a revenge match, and Revenants and OG are right now tied 1-1. OG did manage to take down Revenants in that upper bracket match, and now they're meeting again here in the lower bracket to claim the honor of facing Kakao Gaming in the grand finals tomorrow. But we have a banger of a series on our hands, and it's already 1-1.
It is crazy. The hype is real, and I think both the teams are just not ready to give up yet. We are going to game 4 as well, so maybe this game it will be like a deciding match, like who will be at match point. So in case it might even go to game 5, we do not know yet. But yeah, what are your thoughts seeing your old team play?
Yeah, my old team is definitely standing up to old gods right now compared to what they did before, and I'm really happy to see that. I honestly did think that Revenants was the better team heading into this matchup. They did lose earlier, but that was without RVN, and it seems that we are going to go straight into Champ Select, and immediately, just as we saw in the first game, in the second game, the Caitlyn is banned away from Aizen.
Definitely. And I am curious to see how this game is going to match up, what champions they're gonna play, because this is a fearless draft and we do not know what is going on.
Yep, and we are at game 3, so 10 champions have already been knocked out. So a lot of champions are out of the champion pool right now, and we see a Lulu and a Hecarim ban follow up coming up. So one target ban towards Aizen, and then a Lulu ban is probably because they did have that one loss in the previous series where Aizen and Bob went for the Lulu Kog'Maw in game 3, and that was the only game they actually won the last time. So they're going to ban out the Lulu this time, and in response, we look at the Hui ban, we see the Ambessa ban. So a couple of target bans in the direction of YYZZ and Crown. YYZZ had that really strong performance in game 1, and they're choosing to kind of single him out over here.
It's like, I'm curious to see, like, both the bot lanes in both the games did play a very crucial match, so it's gonna be fun to see what type of matchup they will be selecting, because as you mentioned that they did end up banning Caitlyn, they ended up banning Lulu, so that is narrowing down a lot of options for Revenant. Whereas as for Revenant, they ended up banning Hue, Ambessa, Nocturne, so we won't be seeing any of the Nocturne gameplay. But locking down on that Jinx, old gods just did not want to risk it, and they locked down on that Jinx. But once again, it is an ADC that might need scaling just like Smolder, but here we see Revenant hovering over that Yunara, but now they're like going for Kaisa, and they are also going for Aurora, denying old gods from that Aurora, because we've seen them play it in the upper brackets finals, but they won't be able to do it because now Revenant is locking in on that. What are your thoughts on the two ADCs? They took Jinx and Kaisa. What do you think is a good matchup for them?
Oh my god, this is spicy. I love the Jinx picks. I don't know about Kaisa into Jinx. Kaisa, like, this is kind of what Jinx wants to do, right? You don't really want to face champions that have good range capabilities, and Kaisa definitely does not fit that category. So she's more than happy, I think, with the matchup. So I think what will decide bot lane here is more the support matchup, and uh, I think Jinx vs Kaisa can be like really dependent on how the support matchup really pans out. Kaisa can quite easily kill Jinx if she gets on top of him. On the other hand, Jinx, if she's able to just maintain the range advantage on Kaisa, there's not much Kaisa can do. We see the Shen pick up from OGs, and I love this because this takes it away from Charan Reddy. He loves playing that Shen. It's also going to be the Amumu, so we see that a lot of AoE teamfight potential is already being picked up by OGs in this draft over here, and in response we have the on from Charan Reddy. One of his signature champions is going to be logged in as we head into the second ban phase.
Oh man, this is interesting. They bat. Oh, Revenant is denying old gods from that Lissandra. They are not risking it. And honestly, old gods, YYZZ is playing a tremendous mid laner, and they need to, like, I'm curious to see what mid laners they're going. But once again, talking about the comms, I feel like old gods have more CC compared to Revenant, so they might need to think about what they want to do, Revenant, and I hope compared to the last game they will also have this more controlled. I feel like Revenant was more in control of the last game compared to their first game, because first game they felt like they were a bit lost. They did not know what they were doing. They were panicking, I feel like, because at one place they're getting like split push, whereas they're losing objectives. But second game, they ensured that they had locked down on all the objectives, not giving old gods any chance. And now we see Nautilus and Kane banned from OG, and for Revenant they banned that Victor. More options for the mid laner for OG, and now they are locking down on that Viego. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's one of Ezion's staple picks. He loves playing that champion. I think it's probably his most played champion after the Kane. So he's going to be pretty happy with that pickup over there. On the other hand, we do see Bob's Blitzcrank being left open. So I'm curious to see if the plan on the side of OG is to deny it or maybe try and counterpick it. And it seems like they're choosing the latter. They have picked up the Renata Glask. I do like this. A lot of champions that have fairly decent effects on their auto attacks. We have the Kaisa, we have the Aurora passive on her auto attacks. Viego is obviously going to have pretty powerful auto attacks. Nico pick to run this out. I don't think anybody was like a surprise Nico pick to really spice things up in this draft by OGs. Honestly, I'm loving
man. This is gonna be an interesting game. Oh man. So well, I main Nico, and if I'm ever playing jungler, I play Amumu. So I am really, really curious to see how OG plays this game. And as you mentioned, Blitzcrank is left wide open, and they did end up locking down on Blitzcrank. And I feel like draft-wise, Revenant's team is a bit more tankier, and they have a variation of combination. They have both stun, knockup, whatever you say it. But for OG, they also have a good amount of CC. But there comes the thing about the ADC scaling up, and also it is going to be interesting to see who will be coming on top in this game, who will be taking more control. And I'm assuming it's gonna be a very chaotic match, just like the first one, where they are going toe to toe, not giving each of the team a chance to secure the objectives.
Yeah, honestly, looking at the drafts that have come out from both teams, this looks like this is going to be a complete bloodbath. We have the OG's draft, we have the Nico ult, the Amumu ult, and then we have the Shen ult and the Renata ult with all of our other peel to kind of help keep this Jinx safe. On the other hand, we do have really strong engage and pick power coming in from Revenants. You have the On ult, you have the Aurora ult, you have the Blitzcrank hook to set up any picks that you want, and the Kaisa and we are going to look to follow up on these big cooldowns, these really impactful abilities to try and maybe one-shot everyone. And the name of the game is going to be resets. We have Jinx on one side, we have the Viego on the other side. So a lot of these team fights are going to really boil down to who can really get a really strong opening or engage / disengage, and is able to fish out for the first kill, because the moment that happens, the we have the Jinx on the blue side, we have the Viego on the other side. These champions are going to just completely snowball out of control in that specific team fight. So this match is honestly looking really, really volatile compared to what we saw in game 2, where it was really calm, really slow and steady. We take all the objectives and we end the game. This time I'm honestly expecting a complete bloodbath.
Definitely, and definitely there is going to be more fight near the riverside, especially when the objectives are up. But just a prediction, who do you think is going to get the first tower?
First tower, I think the first tower, I think looking at the team comps we have right now, I would say I think it's a bit more likely that Revenants get it because of all of the picks they have. I think just a good pick at the right time could result in a tower, but it's honestly very hard to say because OGs does have very strong push in all of its lanes with the Jinx, Renata double range. You have the Nico in the mid lane, and just Shen in general should really be pressuring the on in the early game. So it's honestly very hard to say. It could go either way. It's this game, I think it honestly just depends on how each team plays. One concern I would have for Revenants is that this Jinx is fairly well protected, and it might be a bit hard to kind of take her down with you try to go on the Jinx, right, and then immediately there's a Shen ult on top of her, and you have a Renata glass ult coming in to kind of just peel the Jinx. So that might be a bit hard. On the other hand, there is a lot of really strong pick potential on the side of Revenants. So with one kill, and especially if that kill is one of the carries, the Nico, the Jinx, they're going to really struggle in this team fight. So again, it's all looking very volatile to me right now, and like just one kill here or there just completely making or breaking team fights. It's this is going to be quite the game.
Definitely, and as you mentioned, that if one of their carries do end up losing the fight, if they end up losing one of their teammates during the fight, it might even cost them the game, because this is the best of 5. The score is 1-1 now, and whoever wins this match will be one game away from the grand finals. So but like for OG, I feel like they have really good amount of CC to engage and start the fights, because they have the Nico ult, they have the Amumu ult, and Amumu stun to initiate the fights, and then Shen can ult to join in on the. I feel like, as you mentioned, that they do have a good amount of support for the ADC to deal that damage, but for Revenant, I feel like if they are able to focus the right person during the team fight, it will be in favor of them. So yeah, it is looking like it is going to be a bloodbath, and it is going to be crazy.
Yeah, both team comms have their certain advantages. Revenants is here with a more bursty pick oriented comp, so it's more feasible for them to kind of just layer CC on a target, blow them up, get a Viego reset, and continue the team fight that way. On the other hand, Revenants does have something very strong. OG has something very strong going for them. That's that their carries are going to outrange the carries of Revenants, so they don't really have to force themselves to run in. They have a lot of these CC tools, but ideally, I think they're going to be looking to use the Shen dodge ring, just the Shen ult, Nico ult as more of a zone control to kind of stop Revenants from like pushing forward and getting that first kill, and then they stop that first kill, they disengage, and then they're able to get that counter kill. Jinx is excited, then they just play around that range and just whittle down Revenant. So yeah, but that's the thing, it's so volatile, right? Both team comps are quite CC heavy in that respect, and like Revenants does have the Blitzcrank, which is generally kind of an anomaly pick. So just one random pick from the Blitzcrank, Viego gets a reset, boom, this team fight is now done, we need to disengage. It could be a situation like that, but another concern, there is a lot of the members on the side of OGs are not really people you want to hook. Hooking a Shen into your team, hooking a Mumu, really bad. Nico can kind of just dodge the hull. I think you could go for the Renata Glask or the Jinx if you can, but they're generally going to be in the backline. It's going to be a bit harder to get a hook on them, but Yeah, I've seen Hallucination kind of play a bit too aggressively at times, so maybe that's something that Bob could look to capitalize on. It's yeah, it's a bit it's going to be a complete bloodbath, like I've said many times before, and
Oh man.
something else that has to be considered is that Renata Glass Cult, which could really flip these team fights. But it looks like we're going to get right into game as both teams load onto the Rift for game number 3 in the series.
And this time we see the Crown did not forget his item because last game I think he did forget.
Amazing.
I don't know if that was part of his plan or not, but that was
All
really
planned.
interesting to see. But
Hey,
I see
I'll have you know.
everybody running towards bot. Yeah.
I'll have you know that he didn't. He ended up not buying a Doran's item that game, so he just went straight for the blasting rod. So who knows? Maybe it was a plant. I don't
Yeah.
really think so.
Well, as we see, everybody's in bot lane from OG, hoping to maybe get someone, but yeah, they're recalling back, going back to their respective lanes, I guess.
Yeah, so I think they just want to pressure the bot lane of maybe get a early kill on Revenants in the bot lane, because the last game was kind of broken by the bot lane matchup there. Harambe was super far behind, didn't really have many stacks, and that bot lane pressure just kind of bled into the other lanes, and then the game was kind of unplayable at that point. But this time
Mm-hmm.
he's on a comfort
Mm-hmm.
pick. He knows how to pilot the Jinx, so he's going to be pretty comfy. He's not running the fancy smolder build. So yeah, I'm expecting a much
Definitely,
stronger performance from
definitely.
Harambe, and we will need a stronger performance from Harambe if we are to take this to a game 5 or game 4 without
Of
being down.
course, because whoever wins this will be proceeding to the grand finals, and it is going to be very hard. Like, I feel like both the teams are going to be very strict on letting anyone have this game. And as usual, we see the mid laners starting to poke one another at the beginning of the game. And I feel like Unseen Blade is pretty much like forcing Nico to fall back a bit. But Nico is not falling back. She is also evenly matched up and properly keeping up with the CS. Same for Amumu and Viego. But on top lane, we see, as you mentioned, we were hoping that Shen might be bothering Ornn a bit, but like Ornn is ahead in CS.
Yeah, I think the Shen is just going to wait till he gets a couple of heavy trading in the mid lane though, and YYZZ does not seem to be having a lot of fun in those little trades. He's already down to bots. You can see that Unseen hasn't really used his bot slots
Oh,
yet. So he's struggling a bit there. On the other hand, the Aurora is out of mana, so he's going to be able to take it easy for a bit now while some of that mana regenerates. Hopefully, get some damage back. But yeah, top side is overall pretty even. There have been some waves bouncing here and there. Again, bot side not really
mm-hmm.
much happening. They're just like, and Crown is going to go for a trade here. Charan Reddy is going to choose to dash out and cut that trade short. So we do see a bit of an HP advantage. Hook is
Oh,
going to connect onto Renata. Glass isolated Q is going to land on him. Is taking a lot of damage. The ignite is ticking down. I'm sorry, that was Harambe who got killed. He has to pop the ghost to save his life, and there's a strong amount of pressure coming out from this blitz, and like these early hooks are really high value. And now Harambe does still have his flash, but he did lose a lot of HP there. Blows the ghost. He's going to struggle in that lane for a little bit while he kind of tries to regain HP a bit. We do see Viego moving down to the bot lane, so this could be spelling some trouble for them.
could be, but no, he is recalling. So is Nico, and so is Amumu and Ornn. Everybody's recalling, hoping to get a few more items resetting. And Aurora did get a few items, so is still like ahead in farms, and she is tipping back to lane. But look at the warding. Diego did some really deep wards to know that if Amumu is going to lane, or if they are planning on initiating the dragon, he knows where they are and he will hopefully be able to rotate right there. Kaisa and Blitzcrank, they are pretty like pushed up. I hope they know. They definitely know because they have vision there. They know that Amumu is bot lane and they are falling back a little bit just to be. But in in the top lane and mid lane, I feel like they're both evenly matched up, even though Ornn is a bit behind yes. So yeah, so far it's like almost 5 minutes into the game. So far, no deaths, no. The dragon is going to be up, and I feel like there will be rotating and moving around towards the riverside, maybe initiating fights. And I feel like bot lane is being themselves, like Revenant is letting them get pushed back in order for Viego to find a pick and maybe get some kills, and maybe they can like force in on that drag.
Yeah, Dragon is up. We see a movement on the top side, so there is some pressure here on the bot side right now for the Jinx and the Renata. The Jinx already has blown her flash. The Ignite down from the other side. Exhaust is still available though, and it seems that they do have a bit of an HP advantage, but they really need to be careful about the Viego in bot side there. Amumu is going to be pathing bot side. He might get spotted out by the ward near the jungle entrance over there, and he does. And it looks like Aurora is going to be be resetting. Dragon has been started up, and it seems like once again OG is more than happy than to just like give away this dragon. And actually,
Or
never
not.
mind that.
Or
I think they
not.
might actually be
Or
going for it.
not.
And
Oh,
Amumu
they.
coming in with the
Oh
clutch.
man.
Dragonsteel fights are breaking out all across the map. TP is going to come in. Aurora ult is going to try and lock up the Nico. The clone is going to be a bit of a bait over there, as a Unseen Blade gets a bit confused as to which one is the real one over there. The clone just staying in, and one the real Nico just running for the hills over there. But it seems to have worked out, and OG is right now thanking Revenants for the really amazing leash, but an engage onto the bot lane here. Hallucination is going to lose a lot of HP, has to blow the exhaust. Killer Instinct is not available yet. Kaisa is level 5. Harambe is trying to return as much damage as possible, but like a really close call for the bot lane there with Hallucination almost dying. And Bob also loses a bit of HP. The trade doesn't seem to be over just yet, as they're looking to escort this wave into tower. Move speed is going to come from the Blitzcrank, but it's not going to be enough, as the hook barely misses onto the Jinx and they're able to run to safety without any losses.
Mhm.
This game is just full of heavy trading, but nobody seems to have died yet. And it's 7 minutes of the call. Honestly, not. It's
Yeah.
what I expected and what I didn't expect at the same time.
Yeah, like I was hoping, oh, in the first 2 minutes of the game, we will be seeing fights, we will be seeing gangs, and there will be a bloodbath, but it's like 7 minutes, almost 30 seconds, and no kills so far. And Amumu with that beautiful dragon steel. My God. That was like, nah, we're not letting you take that. We're not letting you secure that. And even if Revenant did end up losing the dragon, they are still ahead in gold. Both the ADCs are equal in farm, so is the mid lane. Ornn is a bit ahead compared to Shin, and so is Viego. So it is interesting to see. And Aurora did end up getting her lost chapter, and I feel like she is playing a bit aggressive. And I've been seeing her play very aggressive throughout the other two games as well. And Amumu already got a hint that Viego's doing that void grabs, and Revenant did secure one void grabs. But if they're already rotating, and I think OG is going to be able to secure the another void grabs and probably another
Yeah,
one.
looks like OG. Yeah, OG is looking to contest the grub. So this is a complete flipping of the script by OGs. They managed to steal the dragon. They move up to the void grips, get
Mm-hmm.
the void grips as well. So as far as feats of strength are concerned, no kills on the board yet, but two objectives already gone the way of OG. So it's kind of unlikely at this point. I feel like that Revenants would
Oh.
get the feats, but never mind that. We have a roam onto the bot lane. Aurora ult to lock up the Jinx. Renata ult to maybe buy some time. The Blitzcrank is going to have to flash out to save his life. Hallucination walking forward is able to dodge the spell from Unseen Blade and just casually sidesteps them, lands a cheeky auto and runs out. And very well played by the bot side of OG esports. They are able to absorb some pressure, much needed pressure, and they don't lose their life for it. And look at this time the bot lane is much cheaper, but never mind that. Fight breaking out in the top lane. Charan Reddy popping the ult is trying to run the Shen down, is going to flash forward for the kill. Shen returning quite a fair bit of damage with the dodge circle on top of him. But yeah, even trades here. Shen still has his ult, didn't have to use it.
Mhm.
Well, he cannot possibly use it in a 1v1, so there's that. Already
Yeah,
does
there's
have
no
a bit of a
fight
CS
breaking
lead
out
now.
yet. He does have a bit, Ornn has a big CS lead, I must say, and it's 10 minutes. No one is initiating. I feel like both the teams are playing it very safe because I feel like this game will actually put the other team on pressure, whoever wins this game. Because the next game is going to be match point for the team that wins this game, and another drag is coming up, so we will be hopefully seeing more action in the bot lane. And as you were saying, fleets of strength, I feel like one more objectives for OG and they will have one of the points for fleets of strength, and then the first tower or the first to get 3 kills will be securing that fleets of strength. But it is very hard to tell who will be getting that because no serious action has been going on. Everybody's like, once the fight is starting, the other team is disengaging in a very beautiful way, and both the teams are playing it safe and calm, which is really interesting to see compared to what we were actually expecting.
And never mind the safe and calm. There's a fight in the bot side right around the mark of the flash forward by the Viego to
Oh,
secure the stun on the Jinx. He's going to get first blood there. Hallucination is the follow-up casualty there, and that's going to be a double kill for the Viego. And that also means they are going to
hmm
be able to get this dragon right now. Stop the objective snowball by OG that had kind of started before, and this is kind of really bad for OG. I feel like they I think they had the better position of the on the dragon. That Chen Reddy didn't have his teleporter.
hmm
Shen still had his also. If they opted to go for a even fight, I think with the Shen ultimate they could have turned that around. But these two deaths in the bot lane come at a very bad time for them, and they're going to lose the dragon for that.
Definitely, definitely. And we already see Ornn popping up that ult and landing it on, and Shen is out. They have the fleet of warfare. Oh man. One more, I think Revenant needs 2 more objectives or the first tower to secure that fleet of strength, whereas OG needs the first tower and another objective to secure it. So it is going to be, I feel like they will be contesting a lot more instead of like letting go of the objective in the next one that's up, which is probably gonna be the Rift Herald coming up in 7 minutes 37 seconds. And Nico denying Aurora from recalling. I think Aurora will be Viego is done with his first item. He has that Kraken and he has a bounty on his head 2-0. Amumu is ahead in farm compared to that. But look at Ornn. Ornn has 1 kill. He is ahead in farm. Shen is a bit behind, but I feel like he might be able to play a crucial role in the team fights if he is timing those ults properly.
Yeah, he's not. He is definitely not doing too well in this matchup. Harambe is kind of just stuck alone here in the bot lane while Hallucination is going for home. There's the bot lane is just completely warded. It's a bit of a risky situation there for him. The top lane trades are really not going the way of Crown. He's struggling a bit there, finds himself almost 30 CS down. Meanwhile, a hook connects in the bot lane, but Deadeyes is here for the counter. But look at that, Revenants is aware of the fact that they might be heading over to the bot lane. Shen uses his TP pretty much for nothing. He has to immediately ult spot and then TP's back top and is going for a trade onto Charar here, but I don't think much is going to come out of there. So very interesting sequence of plays by OG over there.
Definitely, definitely. And I feel like Revenant, they have like same as game 1 and game 2. What I've been seeing them do is they have really good map control, map vision, especially. Like look at the wards. They did end up clearing the wards in bot lane, but they still have vision near the drag and red side. They will know where Amumu is or if he's near the dragon anytime soon. And I feel like that is really helpful information for both the bot laner and the jungler to ensure what they're doing. And while speaking about that, in top lane, Ornn pops up his ult anytime, any chance he gets, and shoving Shen under the tower. His tower health is gone, and I think they have the fleets of strength. Revenant just
Yeah,
secured the
that's
fleets of
going to be
strength. They
feats
are.
for
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be feats of strength for Revenants. And once again, for the third game in the row, they have secured the feats of strength. And OG seems to be really struggling in the early game, right? Like even game one, game two, even though they
Mm-hmm.
were able to win that game, but the early to mid game was a bit more suspicious from OG, making a lot more mistakes than Revenants. And they were able to bring it back in the team fights in game number one, but that might not always be feasible. And once again, the bot lane is struggling a bit. They were going fairly dead even up to a point, but then the double kill in the bot lane really kind of threw a spanner into the works there. And now Harambe is finding himself a bit behind. He has the Yunkaral
Definitely,
completed, no
definitely.
just yet. On the other hand, the Kaisa does seem to be sitting on a completed Kraken Slayer, upgraded boots, and a nice little recurve bow
Second
for himself.
tower for Revenant. I feel like all the lanes they are being actually very like Revenant is pushing them back, and I feel like OG is not being able to dominate. And unfortunately, that Blitzcrank hook did not connect, whereas Amumu lands his Q and oh man, Jinx secures her first kill, getting Bob, but not much really because they have the objective. They secure. Revenant was able to secure the Rift Herald. They were able to secure the top tier one tower, and like look at the vision in the topside river. I feel like this is a good time for them to all reset, and which they did. Aurora is done with her first item, and they will be now moving more towards the dragon and hoping to pick more fights near the dragon. I feel like that Blitzcrank pick for Dev is very menacing, and OG is actually a bit scared of the Blitzcrank, hoping not to get caught up. But yeah.
As one should be, but I don't know about that pick in the middle in Aniko because Dragon is coming up and Amumu blew his ult. It's only halfway through the cooldown and Dragon is spawned. So if they choose to contest this Dragon, they're going to have to do it without the Amumu ult. Amumu is walking up, is going to get
Oh.
locked up by the Viego, chooses to queue in onto the unseen. Wait, 4-man ult by YYZZ, but there is no follow up and he gets taken down as well. Kill goes over to Bob, but they don't really care about that. It seems like they are going to be able to secure this dragon 5 kills to 1, finding themselves 4K gold ahead. Revenants is taking the driver's seat in this game number 3.
Definitely. And as you were saying, like maybe using that Amumu ult in bot lane was probably not a good idea because he could have later on used it when he wanted to engage the fight on that three people. Like he did land his Q on Viego or I think Kaisa. And if he was able to land maybe his ult right there and combo it with Nico ult, maybe there would have been a chance for them. But look at Viego. He is like 3-0 right now. He is ahead in farm. So is Arn. Aurora and Nico, they're still head to head. 0-1 for Nico, 0-0 for Aurora. But Kaisa, even though her score is 0-0, she still has a bounty and she is in CS lead, completing her boots as well. But like, I feel like Revenant is pretty much dominating and they are ahead in gold lead.
Yeah, they have a significant lead right now, and this is kind of looking more similar to game two, where it's like Revenants is slowly and slowly pushing and extending. Buzz Lightyear might be in trouble here as Hook is going to connect onto him. The stun from the Viego does miss, but they're going to try to run him down. Q is to miss, but he's dropping super low, and the auto attacks are going to finish him off as Ezian finds himself on a rampage, 4-0 on this Viego. He is extremely ahead right now, and that seems to be the story of this game. The lead just constantly growing leads, small leads, bigger leads, and now it looks like the Rift Herald is
Mm-hmm.
going to be popped in the top lane. The Aurora ult is put down, flash to get out of it by the Jinx. In response, Hallucination does pop the Renata Glass ultimate to disengage, but they do manage to survive this fight. But OGs is going to have going to have to find a way to turn this game around because they're just slowly and slowly losing control. Hallucination is super low here. I'm not sure if he should be walking.
Oh,
Mr. Hook is going to connect onto the Amumu, but there's really no follow up there. So it's just for fun hook, I suppose. But the
they
mid tower
lost.
does go down.
Yeah, they lost another tower. I feel like Revenant is dominating and almost getting caught up, and he brings in landing that hook. Oh man.
Uh, big team fight by Revenants. Amumu tries to ult to get to safety there, but hallucination was super low. Asian is just able to just ult him and auto him once for the kill. Super easy, gets the reset. And this is what I was talking about, right? These comps are very reset heavy. So if you're standing around a low HP like that and you give people a free kill, that's going to pretty much end the team fight for you. And Amumu goes down, the Ranta
Mm-hmm.
cluster down. This game is snowballing out of control. We were looking at a 4K goal lead just like 2 minutes ago, and now that's already like almost a 7K goal lead, 8K goal lead, and still nothing from OGs. They got the first two objectives, but after that, it has been complete silence from them.
Definitely, definitely. Like, look at the deaths. Like, 1 kill for OG, but Revenant secured 8 kills. They ended up taking their tier 2 towers in top lane and mid lane, and now they are trying to put some pressure in their blue side jungle. And I feel like OG is struggling a bit. They are not being able to coordinate properly, and I hope their morals are not down. They're not giving up just yet, but it is unfortunate. And Ornn did TP top. I feel like they are. Oh, the Atakan's top. I did not notice. Damn, they did secure that Atakan, denying OG from any control over it, and Ornn landing that
And
all
the team fight
beautifully. But Renata, yeah.
Teamfight is going to break out. Hallucination is trying to run for the hills. The flash knockup is going to connect as Charan Reddy takes on Hallucination. Hook connects onto the Shen. He dashes over the wall. Deadeyes is in trouble as Ezreal goes godlike with an ultimate, transforms into hit. Hook connects onto the Shen. He's going to go down as well. Buzz Lightyear is trying to disengage with the Nico ultimate, but Unseen Blade is not going to let him escape as he goes down as well. There's a 4 for nothing by Revenants. Absolute domination by them. It was like a slow climb in game 2, but game number 3, they're completely in the driver's seat. It kind of feels more like game 1, they were just kind of warming up, and game 2 and game 3 is where we see the real Revenants. They're out for blood, and blood is what they get.
Yeah. Like, look at the goal difference. Oh man, they're definitely going to be like, by the time the dragon is up, they will be able to secure that dragon as well. Even if the fight breaks out, they will be able to do it because each and every one of them have a bounty on their head. And I don't know if OG will be able to perform perfectly because Revenant is able to like catch them one by one and getting them one by one. And now we see a contest for that red buff, maybe. And I think Amumu is away. And this is like yesterday's best of 5. Oh man, I feel
Yeah,
bad for
just
the jungler.
it's just like very dominant performance runners. They're firmly in the driver's seat now, and doesn't look like they're going to let go of it anytime soon. There's a 10K goal lead, so that's pretty huge. They would need to throw back-to-back team fights to kind of be in
Mm-hmm.
a position where they can lose the game. But for now, it looks like Hallucination might be their next target as he's dropping super low. Hook is going to
Oh,
completely eliminate him off the map as a sneaky Buzz Lightyear is going to manage to recall in the brush over there, but all that does is probably just delay the inevitable, honestly, at this point. This game has snowballed completely
yeah.
out of control. In 2 minutes we're going to have Baron on the map, so I think Revenants is just going to immediately move that, take the Baron on spawn, and just look to end the game with that.
As you were saying, compared to game 1, this is completely different performance by Revenant. They are like, oh, we are going all in. We are not giving them a chance. And Viego just kills him under the tower. And Viego's like total beast mode on this game. He is 9-0 right now, whereas their Amumu is 0-4. The only kill on their team is 1 kill on Jinx. It is going to be very, very hard for OG. You know, at the start of the game, like the first 10 minutes, nothing was going on. We were saying, what is going on? They're playing all passively, no one's doing. But like the next 10 minutes, back to back fight. Oh man.
Yeah, and looks like Hallucination is going to be the target of a hook again as Aizen takes him down. Deadeye is in a bit of a bad spot. Aizen jumps in with the killer instinct, takes him down for a double kill as Harambe and YYZZ are going to run to the safety of their T3 tower, hopefully trying to survive. But meanwhile, their mid tower is under pressure as Ezreal and Co look to head over and take down the inhibitor before the just before the Baron spawns. Looks like the rest of the members are going to rotate down to this bot side and try to take down the inhibitor there as well. And there's not really anything stopping them over here. So two inhibitors gone, two kills taken, and Baron is going to be spawning in 20 minutes, and Revenants are looking to reset for that. And
Oh
honestly, I
man.
think we're just 3 minutes away from this game ending.
Probably, most likely. Oh man, at the during the champs select, we were saying that maybe if the Jinx can scale up, if the team can perform well, if they're able to lock down on that CC for Revenant, it will be in favor of OG. But my God, it is not working out well for them because Revenant is able to catch that Renata off guard. A back-to-back two fights, they were able to catch Renata. And like as you mentioned, if one of their team member is that, it is game over for them. And exactly what is happening like right now. They ended up getting Amumu, they ended up getting Renata, and now it's a free Baron for them. Orin TP's back to lane and he's trying to maybe catch Jinx in mid. Oh.
Yeah, and it's really just a disaster right now. Nobody knows what to do. I think OGs is just trying to like do something, but it's really not. Nothing can be done at this point. They're just too far behind. That's almost a 15 gig only they're looking at. No objectives, and
Mhm.
it's just going to look to end the game. I don't think they care too much about the Dragon Soul at this point. It's just a formality if they want to take it. But it looks like a team fight is going to break down. This might be the last team fight of the game, but looks like they choose not to take the fight. Just Hook is going to connect onto the Amumu. He manages to pull the ult off just before dying. 4-man, big ult by YYZZ. Renata also getting a really big ult, but the damage follow up is just not there. They're just too far behind. They eat everything. A couple of members get taken. I say a couple of members, just Aizen who falls to that, but everyone else pretty healthy. So just this is just goal gap, honestly. If if maybe they had one more items on multiple members, maybe they could have gotten a kill. Trying to they're just going to kill the
Oh,
Jinx in the fountain. It says Harambe
in
trying to
their
get a
own
run.
fountain, yeah.
It was pretty much over. This just game two was Revenants coming out really strong with a really strong game, a strong control, and just translating leads into the Nexus. But game three, just complete domination. Uh, the game looked to be going pretty slow for a while up to that second dragon where they got a bunch of picks in the bot lane, and after that it was just
Mhm.
absolute mayhem as they constantly just took every single objective, every single kill, and just snowballed completely out of control. And Revenant showing us how a pick comp is supposed to play it. You make picks before every objective, and soon you snowball so hard that it doesn't really matter if the team fight comp can fight you or not.
Like crazy. Like the look at the kill difference. It's like 2 kills for OG. They were not able to do anything this game, completely being dominated by Revenants and easily ending the game in like 26 minutes. It is a very like it is match point for Revenant. The next game is going to be the deciding game for Revenant if they are going to the grand finals or not. But then again, this is best of 5. If OG is able to make that comeback in game 4, we will be going to game 5 and we will be seeing both the teams going head to head. But again, game 1 compared to game 1 and game 2, the the thing is the way they performed is completely different this game. They did not let go of any of the objectives except that one time Amumu was able to steal that dragon. But like this game is completely different. They were able to dominate them throughout this whole game, which was insane.
Yeah, and I think we've seen this multiple times from Moji. They really seem to be struggling in the first 15 minutes of the game where they need to be really careful about what fights they take, how they'll use their cooldowns, and that seems to be where they seem to be losing most of the leads. In game one, they were able to stay relatively even up to the I would say about the 20-25 minute mark where they were able to turn the game around. But game 2 and game 3, Revenants really didn't give them the opportunity to do that. Just snowballing very soon, and like early we saw that OGs was in the lead in terms of objectives. There were no kills on the board. They did have 2 objectives, so they were looking pretty strong. But after that, it was just complete chaos as they just random deaths across the map. Ezine just constantly getting off successful ganks, taking down member on the side of OGs, and snowballing completely out of control on that Viego, and then boom, defeat screen.
Yeah, Viego was a beast this whole game. He completely dominated it. It's like, my first dragon, you took 2 of the void grabs. I'm not letting you get away with it. And that is exactly what happened. And I feel like OG actually, I feel like they underperform, especially when the opponent team is actually putting pressure. And I feel like once there is a bit tilted, they end up making mistakes that do end up costing them the game, especially like with the Blitzcrank constantly landing his hooks, and as you mentioned, that the Viego being successful his gangs, it did have a huge impact on the overall team comp. And I feel like as like champion select and draft, I feel like Revenant did have it better compared to OG.
Yeah, Revenants was definitely the team that piloted the draft way better this game. I mean, that was obvious from the score. 2 kills to 24. A very one-sided affair on it. The problem for OG seemed to be that they're really not able to get onto the same page, and the scoreboard pretty much reflects that. 17k goal lead. Just a very casual 17k goal lead, and no big deal. 11 towers to 0. The one dragon that was stolen away, but the rest went all over to Revenants. If there was another dragon to take, they would have taken that, and they get the Baron, they get the Rift Herald. They did lose Void Grubs, but we don't really care about that too much. They had, honestly,
they even secured the Atakan.
They even secured the Atakan. At that point, it was just the game was already kind of over, to be honest. But yeah, it seems to be the issue with OGs is that their members aren't really able to step up at the same time. We've had Kagura perform really well, I think, across all 3 games. That's YYCC. But Harambe, a bit of a sloppy performance in game 2 as well. He and Hallucination getting caught out multiple times. Zuko is also having a bit of an on and off day, honestly.
Talk about the MVP of this game, Viego. We were talking about how he became a beast. 11 kills, 0 deaths, 6 assists, and damage 679. CS is 7.6 CS per minute, and 13k gold accumulated. My god, this man single-handedly helped them win this game. He was an amazing game.
Yeah, and Asian showing us why his Viego is often banned against him, and OGs decide to leave it open, and I guess they paid the price for not really having an answer to that Viego, just constantly getting caught, dying, reset, dying, reset, dying, reset, and yeah, that really just did not end well for them. So the pressure is on OG right now. They are behind 1-2. So they're going to be on match point. So if they have some really strong comfort drafts, comfort picks, some comps they're really comfortable at and confident in, this is the time to pull it out, because if you lose the next game, that's it. You're out of the tournament.
Okay, guys, thank you for staying tuned. We will be back short break.
focus on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give you all I got. I'm going to the top. Stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Guys, welcome back to Lenovo Intel Presents India's Top Gamer featuring Mythpat. It's League of Legends action. It's me, Metas, alongside Eriko here for the Game 4. And the way it's going, I don't think we're getting to a Game 5. That was a very dominating performance in the last game over there. Ezreal just going unstoppable. Bro, was perfect game. There's a reason Viego is banned pretty much anytime anyone plays. I was also amazed the first two games that Viego slipped through, he didn't just instantly pick that up for himself. Maybe some other problem, but he gets that, he goes dominates. Any other like lasting thoughts in the last game over there, Nico?
I feel like the first game they're like warming up and they're like, nah, let's let them think that we're weak. But then game 2, it was almost head to head, but they did end up coming back strong. But game 3, my god, they completely dominated the game. Guys, this is the best of 5 Revenant versus Old Gods, and Revenant is in the lead. 2 games secured, match point for them, and Old Gods need to step up their game if they want to take it to game 5. What do you think? Is it going to go game 5? Do you think Revenant is going to win this?
I think it's a good possibility of either one. I think the main addition is, because I was talking to Kaka, like he's usually casted with us, he's also coaching Revenants today through their series, right? So he wasn't there for game 1, the only game that Revenants actually lost. The other 2 games, he was there, they won. So I think he's their lucky charm, or whatever he's doing in the drafting and telling them behind the scenes is working out pretty well for them. Because, yeah, like you said, game 2 was maybe a bit closer, but game 3 was a complete storm coming out for them. And I think what Revenants were lacking in the draft strategy and the way they want to make their team compositions, that's where the coach is coming in. They're bringing it out pretty nicely. I really like the Trundle ban coming in for Revenants, because Dead Eyes pool is pretty much near the brink of it right now. So he has going to have to make some very tough decisions about how he wants to play this out. And one of those things that he has recently added to his pool that he did play yesterday was that Trundle. So you take that out of it. The Hecarim ban against Ezreal makes sense, because even Ezreal is also followed to the shallower end of the pool like usual. The Kayn ban against him. So the jungle bans targeted, like 4 out of the 6 bans initially he has the jungle bans that Caitlyn ban is just every time coming. And first pick coming in, Yunara first pick coming in for the man Eyes, the man from Bangladesh who's wrecking havoc right now. So let's just see how well this turns out for them.
Oh man, it is going to be interesting because bot lane, I think last game, OG is locking in on that Twitch. But yeah, back to back, the 3 games we have seen Caitlyn being constantly banned, Nocturne being banned, but that is not going to stop Revenant from picking something. They did end up picking Yunara, and it is Twitch for OG, and they're not risking it this time. They are hovering over that Lulu and locking in on that Lulu. Now, Lulu is going to be a bit annoying for Revenant to keep up with, but they end up locking in on that Vi, and they are hovering over Aurelion Sol, but now Kha'Zix, maybe?
Nah, I don't think the Kha'Zix. That's just pretty much a tease over here. I don't think Unsimply is going to bring that out. If you have an AD jungle, it's not going to be an AD mid at that point. The Maokai gets locked up. I don't think Charon's going on the top side with it. Maybe Ball goes bot side, and maybe Aizen even picks up the MF to combo out with it. It's not a bad combo. You have good lockups coming in. The bullet time can rain down Supreme. And this is pretty much what I was expecting out of Dead Eyes. This is the last champion that I was like there left in his pool that he's pretty confident about, is that Nafiri. And that Nafiri gets locked in. It's a bit weak earlier on given the changes they made between the R's and the W's, switch around with the rework. So let's just see how well he pairs this off with the jungle. But right now, there's a lot of burst damage with the Twitch and the Nafiri. I want to see some more tankiness coming out for them side, and a lot more peel is necessary for this Twitch later on, because you have the empower from the Lulu, but might not be enough depending on how situations come out. The Diana ban makes sense. Unseen Blade likes to play this out. We might even get to see something else coming out from Kagura over here. He was very pivotal for their side in that game 1 for them. That Victor, very good ban coming in. This is the work that I'm talking about. The draft just seems exponentially better compared to game 1, like game 2, game 3 drafts, and even game 4 drafts coming out from the side of Revenants right now. So behind the scenes, they are doing a lot of work, and it is actually paying a lot of profits for them.
Definitely. And like as you mentioned, I feel like last game, game 3, OG did lack, like, their only point of damage was that Jinx and that Nico, but they were just not being able to perform well because Revenant was denying of them, picking them off one by one, and OG banning that Nessus and that Diana, and Revenant targeting their mid laner, banning Lissandra and Victor. I am interested to see what is Revenant going to pick for their support. Are they going for a tank support, or are they actually going to go for Enchantress support? We do not know yet. But whereas OG, they have a Lulu and Twitch combo, and they logged down on that. They logged down on that Malzahar from mid laner. Now that is something I really like. As a mid laner, I also play Malzahar, so it's like a safe pick for your team. You know, you can easily farm with that, and we see Lissandra with from Revenant, and that it's going to be an interesting mid lane, I must say. Now, again, I do not know yet what Revenant is going to pick for their support, but we don't
I think
know
that
yet.
support is it's the Maokai coming out from them. I was pretty sure about that. I don't think Churn Reddy is going to be playing it in the top side. The Cassandra nice fill out. You're even denying things from Zuko because the Cassandra ban was from the side of Revenants against All Gods in that first game. But also, I think another denial is a Malzahar, because Unseen Blade is no one who's going to shy away from that. He's played it in the previous series, in this tournament itself. So denying that comes out. The Syndra comes in for him, so that's some burst damage. So that's a good damage that you're going to match with that Yunara in these team fights. But we get to see Zuko bring out the Camille. Yet again, another great split push. This is the kind of style that Zuko does really like to play. But your frontline is slightly lacking in the terms of All Gods. Even CC wise, it's on the lower end. You have the Malzahar, you have the Cage of the Camille plus the E going in. But other than that, you don't have much CC coming in for them. Maybe the slow from the Twitch W. That's all I can maybe think about in there. But then if you see Revenants, it's just CC galore coming out. You have the Maokai, first of all. Goes in, Roots has his ultimate. You have the Vi ultimate coming in. You have the Cassante as well. You have the Scatter of the Wind coming from the Unseen Blade. And even Aizen has his, puny little, slow with his W as well. That does good damage, especially once he gets his awakened form with his ultimate. So Revenants, this is a very good change, or fresher breath air coming from their side with them having this kind of draft. I really approve how it's going, and if it comes out like this might be a turnaround of how that upper bracket semi-final went for these guys.
Definitely, and I feel like in game one, as you mentioned, that OG picked a champion for their top lane, which is very good at split pushing. So I feel like Revenant is very, they might get a bit lost when they see someone split pushing. I feel like they won't be able to keep their composure. But then again, Revenant's team, the draft they pick, they have a lot of CC compared to OG. They have that tank and the champion to peel for their ADC and their mid laner, which I feel like OG is lacking a bit, as you mentioned. So it is going to be interesting. And compared to game 3, in game 3, the first 10 minutes, they were playing it super safe. They were not doing anything. OG was ahead in game. They were able to steal the dragon from Revenant. They were able to secure the first 2 void grabs, but then later on they just fell off, and I feel like OG should not make those mistakes. They should not get demotivated and fall down like that, because after all, this is the best of 5 match point for Revenant. If OG does not step up their game, it is game over for them.
Yeah, it is looking a bit like that. Mind guys, we have our top 3 teams essentially over here. Whoever ends up losing this series is unfortunately out of the competition. Whoever wins will be moving on to face against Kakao Gaming in the grand finals tomorrow. If you're wondering why SHL Esports is not present with us, it's because they had to bow down early out in the competition because they were not available this weekend for their matches. So that's why right now, currently ranked in terms of seeding coming into this tournament, it would be Kakao Gaming on top, and they have proven that time and time again with the 3-0s that they had pretty much in every single series for themselves. And it is looking pretty well that it is whoever wins this might have a very tough time coming up. Revenants is just one win away from the next time they can face against Kakao Gaming. They had faced them a time in the last competition that we had held for them, but that time they had fell short. They did pick up one game out of the series, but now it looks like Old Gods is definitely on the back foot, very prior to compared to what we thought this series would look like, given just how the upper bracket semifinal came back to. I thought Old Gods had improved, but I think with this renewed with the coach for Revenants, they are doing quite a bit of their homework behind the scenes with their drafting, with their strategization, and I think the way they've drafted right now seems very, very well balanced.
Definitely, definitely. And as I think you mentioned that Old Gods did end up defeating Revenants before, right? But I feel like Revenants, like we are doing this comeback. We are taking our sweet, sweet revenge, and hopefully they will be able to do that. But if not, we will be getting a game 5 where we do not know what to expect, because it is going to be crazy if this actually ends up going to game 5. But yeah, I am very curious to see how it is going to play out. I feel like OG needs to, like, I feel like the moment they get pressured in their own jungle under their own tower, I feel like their morals go down. They get a bit demotivated. So this is something I feel like they should work on, and especially like dying one by one, which happened in the last game, is something that actually threw them off. So hopefully their teammates will be able to be there for them at the right time. Maybe use those utilities, use those ults when it is needed, instead of like I hope the timing is proper this time for them.
I think all eyes also on that bot lane side for them coming into this matchup. Haram on the Twitch, we haven't got to see him that quite much in this competition, just given that he's always had either Kaiser, the Ezreal, or something on those lines available to him. So we're gonna get to see Harambe's Twitch. It is a hyper scaling ADC, so we'll start for him. But like I was talking about, you don't have that much peel coming in for him later on. You only basically have the Lulu to kind of protect for him. So that could be a bit problematic. The CC lag from their side could be problematic. It just seems that they're trying to make a comp that they are more comfortable on, instead of a well-balanced kind of comp coming in. When you see the opposition team like Revenants, it's just so well-balanced coming in. Like, you have so much CC layered in, you can layer it how you want to, you take the fights how you want. I think the way they strictly took away champions, especially from Zuko, like taking the Sante away from him, I think that was a good call from them.
Definitely, definitely. But he did end up taking that Camille. But again, bot lane, as you mentioned, that they do have the Lulu and Twitch, and once again, OG did end up picking a champion that needs scaling to actually perform well, and I hope they are able to do that, because last game the Jinx was not really able to scale and perform like it is supposed to. So as the Smolder match, I think. So it is very important for them to do that. They, on the other hand, Revenant has Yunara and the Maokai. So Maokai, the moment Maokai is in, Lulu has that polymorph to make him small. But again, how many people are you gonna polymorph? If Maokai is polymorph, then we have the Vi coming in as well. So it is going to be a bit tough for OG, and they also have the pressure on them. And without further ado, game 4, starting Revenant on the blue side and OG on the red side. Did you notice how Revenant won back-to-back 2 games while they were on the red side?
It is a good pick. That's with the counter pick that comes in with that side. But look at this. I really like it coming out from OGs. They are grouping up as 4 as they walk in over here. Unseen Blade's going to spot out a majority of them. They're trying to hug it on the wall of this side of the barrier, essentially on themselves. But Harambe is invisible. He comes in, gets a couple of cheap shots off onto Unseen Blade. He's not going to think much of it, recall too much of what he wants. But OG's initial game plan seems to be foiled right here. They can't do much as it is. Speaking about the summoners, both ADCs have their lethal tempo. It's a first strike for the Unseen Blade, an Arcane Comet For Kagura, top laners both have the grasp of the Undying. Deadice has Conqueror, while Ezreal also does have Conqueror. I don't see any unsealed spellbook, so no double smites are going to be on the picture. And Aizen really prefers to take this Ghost Flash kind of setup in other than the barrier. Hallucination puts on the ward, but then it gets spotted out by Bob, so they have that info in their bag. So they will know that the opposition knows where their jungler is starting. And with the ward that was placed there, but I don't think they'll spot out the way they actually want to. There is no deep wards actually from Revenants, so they won't honestly know where OG's jungler is at any time.
I feel like that's a very good point you mentioned because last game, Revenant did a marvelous job with the warding. They knew exactly where they were. Especially, it was very helpful for Viego to perform. But this game, we did not see any of them put any wards yet, and we already see the bot lane poking one another. And I feel like mid lane is going to be a bit more passive. Malzahar 3C has behind, and Revenant, as usual, pushing in, trying to push in on all the lanes.
They are going to try and just get the push in. Aizen and Bob have the priority in the bot side because Twitch and Lulu have to play safe because if the Twitch gets hooked, it's very hard for him to do anything. He has a cleanse, very importantly, over there. Not quite sure what he's going to be cleansing, and maybe just a scatter of the wind. There is a ton of CC, maybe it's just because of when Bob just jumps onto him eventually at some point in the competition. Churn Ready gets the level 2, as so does Zuko in the top side. Nothing much. We see YYZZ popping that health pot in the mid lane. So it looks like Syndra is putting the Malzahar through his paces right now. Syndra hasn't popped anything whatsoever. It has brought in the Jack of all trades as well. The elixir comes in. Well, nice. Pop goes in forward onto Hallucination. Hallucination flashes away, but ticks down to the ignite from the big tree. So 3 summoners burned by Revenants for Hallucination burning both of his. But more importantly, it's Revenants picking up first blood. The only problem is the goal goes to the pockets of the Maokai.
Unfortunately, but then again, for compare, I mean, like, if you think about the Fleets of Strength, they do have the first kill right now. There is no sounds on that Lulu, and Syndra is already bullying Malzahar. Malzahar has literally no mana, and he has to recall. Over here, Cassante and Crown, they are going head to head, and we see
Wait,
Lulu
what?
top lane. What?
Lulu's making his way over. Crown tries to E to drop. Churn Ready has the flash if he has get out. He wants to maybe get a counter kill. Hallucination doesn't have the damage. I think Churn Ready can just pretty much walk away. Flash forward by Crown. At least this time they do get the flash away from Churn. He does have his TP if he wants to come back to lane. Puts a ward in that Tribush, thinking there might be a die potential. Red Eyes is kind of Mia, but Hallucination is still wasting quite a bit of time in the top side. Twitch left alone there. Waves coming in. He's going to get his own back of the game, his own reset. So Halo didn't miss out on much, but Crown maybe can try and get advantage. Doesn't have much mana to fight against the Cassandra. Can maybe try to go for some bullying essentially this side. Gets the Q2, gets that true damage onto Churn, but it's just a couple of tanks just battling it out until you get any interruptions or assistance from the side lane could be a problem. Hallucination gets caught out on the way back to his own lane, has to flash away from the Q from the Vi, but still gets rooted up by the big tree. Vi claims that kill, and they are just 1 kill away from the side of Feats of Warfare, from the side of Revenants.
Oh man. Again, like that was just unfortunate for Lulu. They were just waiting there to catch her, and they did successfully do that. A wonderful stun landed by Syndra, locking Lulu down right there. Like, look at the ward from Revenant. They know exactly where Nafri is, and that's exactly what I was like talking about last game. They have like really good awareness of the map. They know where they are. They know what's going on, and I feel like that is going to be very bad for Lulu. She is a bit behind, but Twitch, on the other hand, is not really that far off from that CS, maybe like 2 or 1 CS behind. But Malzahar in mid lane is struggling to keep up with Syndra, and top lane, I don't know what's going on, man. It's like an island and they're fighting. But compared to game 3, it was like first 10 minutes, nothing was going on. Everybody was playing passively. But this game, they are going toe to toe. Both the teams are on edge. Revenant is hungry to secure their match point, and OG is under that pressure. Like, no, we need to win this or we're out of this. And there's a fight breaking out in the Riverside jungle.
Yeah, Drake getting going very dangerously low by OGs. Dennis has the smite up, picks that for himself. They're trying to fight it from the side of Revenants. They jump in, pick up the kill onto the Lulu. Deadice jumps over the wall. Harambe doesn't have much mana. Aizen's gonna chase him quite a bit. I already popped the ghost, so he's gonna use as much as he can. They do end up losing the Drake, but they do pick up the feats of warfare. Feats of warfare from the kill on Lulu. Lulu's the only one who's died in this game, by the way. She's died already 3 times. 2 kills for Ezin and 1 kill going over to Bob. So Lulu has to be a bit careful. Hallucination had a good roam early on in the top side, didn't keep aware of where everybody is when he's trying to make his way back, and that's where he pays price. And in a game like League of Legends, info is always going to be the most powerful thing available to you. And Revenant's warding, especially in the early game, in the parts where it was starting out, is reigning supreme over OGs. They exactly know where everyone is at all times, and they're using it to their full advantage right now.
Definitely, definitely. And they're like taking tower platings. If you see mid lane and bot lane, they are just pushing in, not letting them come past. And look at that.
Oh, they are gonna get locked in. Bob gets in for the fights. Hallucination has popped the heal. Harambe is trying to stay alive, but I don't know how long you can stay. He has to burn the flash. Unfortunately, the little rat had to burn the flash to stay alive at that point. Crown goes in for a good trade. That's after Churn burns his ultimate when he's trying to go in for more fights over here. Nice dodge by Zuko on the Q3. He jumps back in with the ultimate, locks Churn into place. He gets the nice shield from his passive as well. Deadice claims that kill. So 1 kill at least answered back by OGs, and that's after a lot of charades going on in the top side. But over here in the Bob, they know the Lulu is the weaker link, but the polymorph onto Aizen forces Aizen to backward. The ignite ticks away onto the Lulu. Lulu gets jumped away. Aizen tries to flash forward with the W. Doesn't pick up the kill, unfortunately. That's Bob actually having the most kills in the game. Top side right. Ultimate from Aizen goes in onto Deadice. Deadice goes invulnerable, jumps over to this side, but can he make it over the wall? He has to burn the flash, unfortunately. But most important note here is that Bob actually has the most kills in the game.
Definitely. 3-0 already bounty on his head. And I think they are going to move around the Void Grabs, trying to deny them at least of the Void Grabs. That was a very good ult by Malzahar, getting that buy. Maybe not a good time to die, because now they will be able to take the Void Grabs.
And it's a nice counter engage from OGs. They saw the Void Grabs being taken away. The ward was there. It was not cleared out. There was no sweepers available, no pink wards to go for it. Revenants do pick up 1 grubs, but they end up paying the life of Ezin over there. Even the flash from Unseen Blade goes away. Churn Ready's coming here, but I don't honestly know what he's trying to achieve, because there's nothing much he can do except see where members are from OGs over here. Bob clears on a nice pink ward in the bot side. Brush over here. Talking about itemization a little bit. Lost chapters for both mid laners, but Unseen Blade does have that dark seal, but he doesn't have stacks in it. Bought it after he got those 2 assists. Looking at Aizen, he's looking to be building the Kraken Slip that is very OP on a Yunara. Twitch is looking to build the Yuntals instead. He's gone invisible over here, trying to maybe get a sneak peek up, throws the W over, trying to chunk down to Bob, but maybe wants to pick up the wave instead. Hits level 7 at least on this exchange, but Zuko on the top side has that level advantage onto Churn Ready. Not quite sure how much he can do. It's a lot of tanks versus tanks. On an individuality level, they can't do much in this lane.
Definitely, definitely. And from the looks of it, I feel like they are just trying to get that bot lane tower as soon as possible. And if they do end up getting this tower, it will be feats of strength for Revenant. And they are actually in a very good goal lead as well. It's just unfortunate that they did end up losing those 2 objectives. But thinking about the previous games, OG was able to secure those Void Grabs. Oh man.
Ooh, that's
Or Lulu.
Hallucination's 5th death of the game, by the way. 5 out of the 6 skills that Revenants have got is on that Lulu. She gets locked up with the W from Aizen, then the ultimate from the Maokai. Gets her into place. Deadice nicely goes invulnerable before the root can land from Bob. Gets pushed back into the opposition team. Comes back in. takes his Grom, there's not going to be any worries whatsoever. But Hallucination's having slightly a bit of a disaster of a game, the way it's looking. This Lulu is not happy right now. He's feeling the color of purple. He is not enjoying whatsoever. Both kills for Ochi. More important than Deadice. Deadice going on to Bob. Bob doesn't have much mana. Has one mana to push him back. But Deadice is going to claim the kill. Wait, no, that's going to be Harambe getting a good shutdown for him. So that's a much needed gold going into the pocket of the Twitch.
Definitely, definitely. They needed it. And I think dying right now was really not a good idea because the Infernal Drag is up and I feel like they will be able to secure it. Now, they are more OG. I feel like they are doing a much better job at securing objectives this game compared to the last game. They were able to secure a few of the Void Grabs and steal one of the drag, but this game they're like, we are not giving you any of the drags. And Nathuri is actually doing a really good job. She is 2-0 right now. Vi is 2-1, but ahead in CS. So their Vi needs to step up if they actually want to do this. This game is like 50-50 right now, even though there is a goal lead and kill lead by Revenant. I think the objectives OG are securing is very important for them.
Yeah, speaking of objectives, they took 2 of the Void Grubs plus 2 Drakes, so they have the entire epic monsters they need for the parts of the feat of strength for that. Ezreal smites away the chickens, but will he pay it with his life? The zip lines connect from the Camille. He gets Ezreal locked up. The polymorph comes in, but the damage unfortunately is not there. Ezreal licking his wounds will walk away from that exchange with his life intact. But in the bot side, most importantly, Aizen and Bob are looking to take away this first turret. If they get that for themselves, the feats of strength will be locked in for Revenants, and Twitch can't even walk honestly towards that. So he's going mid instead. On the top side, Deadeye's ultimate's in onto Churn Ready, locked in by Zuko. There's not many places Churn Ready can go, but he also flashes away. But I don't know why he wanted to go back in for the fight. He was out with his life. He essentially allowed Zuko to pick up the kill there, and Zuko has to burn his flash to get away, but they're still going to be happy about that. They had invested so much that if Churn Ready got away with his life, it would have been technically worth it for them. In the meantime, in the bot side, first turret has been picked up by Revenants, and feats of strength has been locked in.
Definitely. The fight in the top lane is actually very unfortunate. He got out, like, look here. He got out, but he ended up, he's like, oh, they're under the tower, maybe I will be able to secure it. But unfortunately, it did not work in his favor. Whereas the bot lane, man, Yunara finally got a kill, and it's not Maokai who got the kill during that fight, and they were able to push and take that first tower again, securing that Fleets of Strength. And now they are rotating towards mid. Syndra is recalling, hoping to get more items, and yeah, hoping they can push in, put more pressure in the mid lane, hoping that Lulu is not going to get caught again and die for the 6th time.
Yeah, she's going to be happy about that. She's not getting caught right now. It's currently taking a look at how the board is looking. It's a 3k, more like a 2.5k goal lead for Revenants, just how it's sitting at 7 kills for them to just the 4 of OGs. Top side, a lot of battling is going out, but I don't think anyone's getting picked around. Zuko's trying to go in for Eternity, but these kind of trades, what we've seen, unless anyone comes out, nothing actually comes out of that outcome. You can see Syndra's already in the bot side. Unseen Blade a bit careful. This kind of the win does not connect onto the big dog that is Nafri. She gets away with that. But CS wise, if we look at Malzar's ahead of Syndra, Aizen's ahead of Harambe. So CS5, that's a bit of goal different for them, as well as Deadeye is falling quite a bit behind Ezreal. This might be a dive here onto Unseen Blade if they do it properly.
No.
The silence comes in. Here comes the ultimate. The suppress coming in from the Malzahar. It's enough to lock this in. They pick up the kill. A lot of that was tanked. Actually, tower damage tanked by Kagura over there, but at least successfully juggled the aggro, picked up the kill, maybe even pick up this tier 1 for themselves.
But it's not really worth it. I feel like they will. They even if they take this tier 1 tower, they are going to lose that mid tower. They are going to lose that Rift Herald. They're willing to trade that bot tower for that. So I don't know. And but like the stun, the CC lock on Syndra, that was just crazy. I think that was like a solid 3-second stun right there. She was not able to move. She did end up burning her flash trying to get the person, but unfortunately, it was just not enough damage to get the person. Like before she died, she could not take one with her.
Yeah, absolutely. Your top side, Zuko versus Churn Radio. Time is Tails will lose time itself. Nothing actually comes out of it. But Zuko does have his item completed. Does have the Trinity Edge. Both junglers have, most importantly, Eclipse as well as a Phage in the pocket. A pickaxe additionally for Deadeyes. Bot side, Kraken Slayer completed by Yonara as well as a complete Berserker keys with that tier 2 semi boost as well with the Zeal. She had a cull early on, so a lot of gold was in her pocket. So the Zeal advantage against the Twitch. Hallucination, this might not be exactly where you want to be roaming Lulu because that could possibly have been your sixth death of the game. I think she built Sharila's Grudge first item so it could get out. I would have liked to see a Mikhail's just to help Twitch in later scenarios. He does have a cleanse, but on the top side, Zuko picks up the turret. He's trying to make his way away from Churn Ready, who had almost popped the ult onto him. Here comes the ultimate from the Maokai. A
Oh.
flash away from the Malzar, but he's still in harm's way. Not much can be done from the ultimate pop by Hallucination onto Malzar. Cannot save his life. That's a dead Malzar just before Drake. And this should be very much Revenants picking this one up for themselves. Most importantly, their first Drake
I
of the game.
Definitely. Again, as I was saying, like OG, they are able to secure the first few objectives, but then they just fall off. And I feel like that was a little like trade-off, but they still did not secure the dragon yet because there is another fight breaking down in the drag pit.
Oh, there's a nice TP from Zuko. He came from the flank. He comes in, honestly, onto this fight. Bob and Chernity have to be a bit careful about how they want to go about this scenario. Bob is going to tick down to the poison. Churn Ready is going to fall soon. Hallucination, unfortunately, dies for the sixth time. And just for good measure, the Malzahar ults the Cassante towards the end of the fight. That's 4 for 1 in favor of OGs after that extended trade, 9-9 in terms of kills, and they will actually be picking up their third Drake, putting them on Cloud Soul Point.
Definitely. The next one is going to be Soul for them. They are not. That was a really good regroup from OG. They are not really letting them take the objectives. And I feel like Twitch is like, look at Twitch's kill 2-1. Yunara is 1-1 right now, but is ahead with the CS. But not Fury from OG. She is doing a really good job. Malzahar maybe a bit too overextended and has to pay the price, and his bounty is taken by Syndra.
Syndra does pick up the bounty for that. Bob is battling against Zuko. How much longer can he survive? There's a lot of plants actually here for battles. Bob actually pops the ultimate. Is that enough to save his life? Churn Ready comes into the mix over here.
Oh,
Bob actually doesn't exit it, and Churn might actually pay for the sins of his support because there's not many places this Cassandra can go. Hallucination is trying to survive in this fight. Is not going to actually die for the seventh time. Deadeyes actually picks up his fourth kill of the game. It's both him and Zuko that are deathless with 4 kills each, who have a bounty of 550 gold apiece. On the bot side, Harambe's even accumulated quite a bit of gold in his pocket, a bit behind in CS compared to Aizen. A nice carry of the win from a scene blade from the bush. Aizen's coming in to fight for his blue buff, actually smites it away from the hands of Deadeyes, who basically just leashed it for him.
definitely. Oh man, compared to the third game, this is going head to head. Both the teams are just not giving each other the chance to do anything. The kill last game, it was only 2 kills for OG, and Revenant probably had like 13 or like 23 kills, something like that. But this game, it's 10-11. Like everybody's taking on that fight. Everybody's there for the team, and both teams are playing really good, being there for the team. But Revenant maybe just making few silly mistakes that might actually not like cost them this game and not let them win this and proceed to the grand finals. We do not know yet, but
Zuko just
by the
spent
looks
his
of it,
entire time in that bush on the top side, actually. So his position should not be known to the members of Revenants. They're trying to go in for exchange this side, but the
oh
flanks coming in from
no.
Deadeyes. Deadeyes has to be careful. Ezreal has the ultimate ready to pop on a moment's notice. Spell shield available for the Malzahar. As in just a battle of pretty much vision between both teams around Atakan. In the meantime, you could see Charan Reddy was pushing slightly in the mid wave, comes back in after getting that vision orb for himself. Dead Ice instead has taken the position that was occupied by Zuko earlier, instead of sitting in the bush. As we're waiting to see who actually gets popped first, Bob channels the ultimate. Zuko gets knocked around. Basically, the ultimate comes in. Zuko survives slightly longer before Ezin jumps in onto the back line. And now Revenants are going hot
Oh
pursuit.
man.
Everybody wiped by old gods. It's an ace coming out for two members casualty lost by Revenants. They lose, as in they lose Bob. But most importantly, they will be picking up the Atakan for themselves.
That was that was a very beautiful ult by Maokai to initiate that fight there. They picked up on all of their bounties and they deleted them instantly. That was very unfortunate for OG. And look at that goal lead. Revenant has more than 4K goal lead. My.
Yeah, that goal lead is now in Revenance's favor, even though technically behind a bit in objectives. Atakan was picked up by them, and that's pretty much it after that one grubs they had picked up early on. There are three towers to the two that OG have picked up. Talking about items, is either completed by Crown as well as having his Trinity Force. Hallucination has maintained the 7. Looking for that 10 death power spike from the side of Helu right now. Aizen is 317. Looking for Sintra. Sintra is 317. Has the Cosmic Drive, has the Blackfire Torch plus an Illusion Arch. This
Oh,
might be the engage. This might be Hallucination going closer to his power spike, but no. He gets away from it. Zuko, in the meantime, is just split pushing. This is where this man actually feels the most comfortable for what I see from Zuko. He just completely stays on those side lanes and he just never budges unless he needs to come in for the deep fights, especially when he has his TP up. So that's a good macro play coming out from him, just keeping them busy over there. You call Unseen Blade towards your side. He can't even prevent this tower from going down. He's trying to get the wave instead, but Zuko with that Q2 gets it. Unseen Blade tried to flash away from the E engage, but the ultimate from Zuko locks him in. Harambe Avenger comes to pick up the pieces, gets another much needed kill for himself. He'll have the Infinity Edge when he gets back to base, and the rest of his team is working towards picking up this tier 3 turret, and they're sacrificing actually them getting Cloud Soul for this.
like they are denying that Cloud Soul, but it did cause them that tier 3 turret and that inhibitor. Like, again, this is like game 1 all over again. I feel like Revenant does not really know how to react to that split push and what to prioritize more. And that does put them in a bind because the goal gap is becoming a bit less. And remember how at the start of the game I said that the Revenant did end up winning when they were in the red side? And the first game they lost, they were in the blue side. So I feel like it could be a matter of sides as well. Maybe they perform better when they're on the other side.
It might seem like it, but I think Revenants are still quite in. This is not completely a stop. The goal difference has been narrowed down to the 1.4k. Still in Revenants is favor, but the items are coming. The Twitch is significantly fed right now because he's got a nice amount of kills for himself. And it looks like it might be just Aizen with that Kraken Slayer. Now Infinity Edge with the Runen Circuit. It's a good power spike for him. It takes a couple of items to actually get to a point he can do massive amount of damage in these team fights. You can see, Kagura almost tried to cancel out the recall from Maokai. Instead, it eats a sapling to the face while trying to clear the pink ward. But they want to take the vision advantage from the side of OGs. As he's doing his blue buff, but he might feel a lot more pressure than anticipated. They're looking to jump onto me. Here comes the Shirley's battle song as they're trying to jump forward towards Ezreal. He gets silence, he gets rooted up, but he instantly has to cancel because Bob's ultimate comes in, and that's a bit of an oopsie coming in from OGs. They thought they had the advantage, but no. Revenants coming back hugely strong over there. Picked 3 kills up in quick succession. Not the time Kagura needed to honestly go for the ult over there. Oh, Zuko, that Q2 did a lot of damage to Churn Ready. But Churn Ready with the ultimate, with the amount of turret shots that Zuko was actually having to get to his face, that allows Churn Ready to survive. That Zuko has to back off instead. They might be looking to set it up yet again. Zuko comes in. Harambe is just around the corner. I think because of this redemption comes in, but not in time. The heal could not reach Churn Ready just about it. But Harambe picks up the kill. But Baron goes over to Revenants.
Oh man, I think they needed the Baron. It was really important for them, but like the good thing is, Cassante was able to hold down their bot lane tower and not let Camille do the damage that it needed. And they were able to beautifully land that Maokai all delete 3 members of OG and secure that Baron all for themselves, hoping that they will be able to push and take down that tier 2 tower in the
Ooh.
mid lane. And I think that is something that they are probably trying to do.
Yeah, they are trying to put that pressure on Hallucination. Just one death away from that power spike, and that's exactly what Halu's waiting for. He's going to come back stronger and better than ever right now. But more importantly, OGs are on Cloud Soul Point for quite some time right now. The goal lead has swelled up. It's around that 4K in the favor of Revenants. Zuko's coming in heavy onto Churn Ready. Not much. The Q2 does so much damage, honestly, from Zuko right now. So that Churn Ready has to be careful. Has the Bramble with the healings there, but oh, who is that around the corner? That's Unseen Blade. The Scatter of the Wind does connect. That's a lot of damage coming into Zuko. Unseen Blade just keeping his distance. Knows that Zuko wants to go in onto him. Unfortunately, the orb does miss on the way back, but Churn Ready takes Zuko all the way across the wall with the ultimate. Harambe pops his own with the spray and pray. The damage is coming in, but the lock in. This is what I was talking about. There is no peel for this Twitch. This Twitch can barely live in these fights. That is 3 kills picked up for Revenants for just 1 casualty lost, and they're marching their way into the base right now. The tier 3 is going to fall down. Inhibitor shall also be picked up, because look at where the Churn Ready is. He's chasing that Lulu across the map, preventing Lulu from actually getting that base. And with this, with that pressure, with the tempo, they said they're going to get that early reset while OGs have to defend for their base, while that Drake will be spawning.
Yeah, my. That was just unfortunate for OG, and as you mentioned, they just do not have enough peel. Even I felt bad for Yunara because once again, they were not able to reach that redemption just in time. If she was able to get that redemption, maybe she would have not died there. But then again, his teammate was able to secure the kills and take the tower and the mid lane inhibitor.
Well, the suppression comes in. They do lock onto, as in this time they're cancelled by the Malzar when he saw Bob's ult coming in. They do have slight man advantage, but Twitch is not close by. The Scatter Wind does not connect. Hallucination, you're walking very forward, has to pop the ultimate to save himself over there. So with that growth, he gets away from that exchange, but it's a 5v4. Harambe is close into this picture right now. He's keeping his distance. Pops his Q is gonna come in for this fight, but a nice Scatter of the Wind catches 3 members on that side. Harambe pops his spray and pray, but he's gonna get melted down almost instantly in the backside. All that remains is Malzar. Triple kill picked up by Eyes, and he's looking for a quarter. No, he's actually just running away, pushing the wave in the mid side as they chase the Malzar. Bob actually ends up dying to the bird damage that Malzar is pushing out. I think they just want to prevent the recall from Malzar, as you know, Eyes is just going to be walking into the base. The death timers are huge right now. Hallucination's the only one who's close by who can come in. I don't think they actually go on to Kagura over there. I think Aizen's just going to pick up this turret and back away himself. Look at this. Malzar is just playing with his food. But no, from that side comes Asian, gets the spell shield away with his Q, pops the ultimate just for good measure 6, plus the Scatter of the Wind, locks it in. But they have staggered the death timer of Kagura quite significantly over here.
Definitely, and I think they are going to be denied of that Cloud Soul Point, and Revenant will be picking up on that dragon, and I think they have to hold down their top bot lane tower as well, because it's getting pushed, so there is no way they would have been able to secure that dragon. It is a very good reset for Revenant right now. They secured the drag, they took down they did a significant amount of damage to their base, and now they can just come back. And like last fight, I think Maokai putting on like amazing ults throughout this whole game. He is landing those ults very beautifully, and Yunara getting that triple kill was very helpful for her. I must say, she has like one, two, three, four items almost done. She's like making her last item right now.
Yeah, and that Yunara is really strong. And where the Twitch doesn't have peel, Yunara has an abundance of that, essentially. It's very hard to even reach her. Twitch was trying to play it as best as Harambe could, honestly, in that situation. Kept way out of, vision for as long as he could. But the triple man, or Scared of the Wind by Unseen Blade was a very good point to initiate in that fight of the Deadeyes. Is walking up, could look to it, got no instead, will be backing away. And Revenants have made OG's been sitting at this Cloud Soul point for so long, and it's almost maybe 15 or actually around 10 minutes that they've been sitting on it. And Zook on the sidelines doesn't mind fighting against Churn Ready. Even though he's a level down, he is stronger. Essentially, if he keeps on whittling away with his Q2 hallucinations, making his appearance, he's hit that 0-10 power spike. But it looks like Malzahar with a last ditch effort tries to get the suppression
Oh
on over there, but
no.
pays with his life. Churn Ready, on the other hand, will pay. So it's across the map, exactly trades coming in while Baron spawns. So that means OG's is on the wrong part of the rift when they need to be.
Definitely. It's like four people on one Cassante. This is a free Baron for Revenant. They're picking up their second Baron. Oh man, the Camille split push is not really looking up well for OG, and Revenant knows exactly how to adapt to it. And look at the gold lead; it is a significant lead for Revenant right now. They're ahead of OG. They picked up another Baron. The drag it is going to be up next, and they are definitely going to fight for it. I feel like Revenant is not going to let OG take that soul point, and even if they are fighting in the drag pit, I feel like they will just push mid and end this at this point.
Exactly. Now they have to be aware your base is almost pretty much naked at this point. You have one Nexus turret. Your inhibitors at least has spawned in the mid lane. Bob's walking very far forward. Doesn't have his ultimate that he pops just before he gets suppressed by the Malzahar, so a bit untimely for them. I think this could be the beginning of the end for OGs. Revenants are walking it in onto them right now. They're jumping in for a lot of these fights, but a nice route up by there. But Harambe's been left alone. You can't leave the Twitch alone. He doesn't have peel, so you have to go for him mostly for it's now Harambe's time to pick up a triple kill, a good shutdown on the Syndra. That's going to help a lot in the goal for picking up his last item. And Aizen, the sole, survivor for the side of Revenants over there. Bob gets suppressed. Here comes the ultimate. Just look where it all goes wrong, right? You're chasing them pretty deep. You see Zuko go
Mm-hmm.
low. You see the ultimate coming. You see the TB coming from Churn Ready. They go into the base. But look who's untouched. It's Harambe. And look at the distance and spread. You've used almost your entire CC to go on the front line of OGs and knock them down. And that is what causes it nothing to be left alone to catch the Twitch. And Twitch uses complete advantage of that to spray and pray. This time the prayers have been answered. He picks up a triple kill and he is now looking like a monster. If this is the kind of fights that Revenants go over push, OGs definitely have a chance to bounce back into this game.
Definitely, definitely. If Revenant makes mistakes like this, it might cost them the game. And the dragon is going to be up soon. I feel like everybody on the team is trying to set up and look at the vision. I think OG has a really good idea where everyone is, and they're probably gonna Malzahar is probably gonna reset very soon, and they're gonna come back as soon as possible so that they can give that fight. Uh, I don't think not the best time to use this alt, and I feel like this alt is not going to connect. But the last fight that they did in the red side, I feel like if they had the Maokai alt, and if Bob did not get caught and die early on in the game, maybe that fight would have been really good for them. And once again, we have the Camille doing the split push, putting Revenant under the pressure, and Revenant is under the pressure because they do not want to let this drag go over to OG, because if they do, it is soul point for uh OG.
And like, okay, Bob uses that ultimate. Ultimate will be coming up before any major fight. You push people away. Zuko's anyway split pushing on the side lanes. So that's where OGs think that their advantage is. Your next objective is going to be that Baron essentially. And now both teams are on Soul Point. Three Drakes that Reverence picked up, all Cloud Drakes essentially right here. Aizen has a complete full build going on. Looks with the shield bow, with the Mortal Reminder, the IE, the Runaan's Hurricane, as well as the Kraken. And Twitch has completed his build. For the last item, he went for the Blade of the Ruin King to get some damage, especially against some of these tankier members that there are on the side of Revenants. How long can Twitch survive if he doesn't have build? He has to play it as cautiously as he played that last fight, essentially.
Definitely, definitely,
Mm.
definitely. Because I feel like if they are not targeting Twitch, they are going to lose those team fights that they did in the last game. And this is soul point for them. This is really important for both the teams to play it safely, calmly. If either one of the team, if they make a mistake and the other team punishes for them, it will cost them the game. And this is match point for Revenant, and if OG is able to make that comeback, then it will be going to game 5, which I think OG is trying to hope and trying to happen. Uh, it's still like at this point, the game is still going so head to head compared to the third game.
Mhm.
Look at Revenant, 29 kills, and OG has 23 kills. Look, last game OG did not perform that well, and OG is like, we have to make up for it, and I feel like they are doing that right now.
Yeah, they're trying their best, but honestly, this is what I'm talking about. Harambe might be fat, he might have a ton of damage, but if the peel's not going to come in the last fight, pretty much, that will be the game decider. Look at this Zuko actually getting pushed around. He has the Guardian's Angel, is going to get popped, unfortunately, over here. Aizen's bumping away with the auto attacks with the Qs, and that's Zuko now without a Guardian Angel.
Oh
Zuko,
man.
who is dead for the next entire 1 minute. And this is the minute around which the Baron will be spawning. He does have TP if he wants to come into that fight when he does spawn, but I don't think Revenants are going to give OG that kind of a chance. Aizen does a lot of damage. If another good Scar of the Lane lands from Unseen Blade, it could start the fight that could end it all. They might not even look for the Baron. They might just want to push in the waves. I just get it deep enough so that when the Baron comes, they won't have any trouble whatsoever. OGs have to essentially just defend their base. And that's exactly what you see with Malzar coming back over here, trying to help Twitch push this out, get his own reset. But Baron has spawned. And who is not here? It is Zuko, who's unfortunately in the gray screen. 20 seconds still left on that timer, and this is going to be the freest Baron that Reverends have ever seen in their life. There is going to be no trouble whatsoever, as now with this Baron they're going to be trying to march it in. Let's see who they can catch out. Bob does have the ultimate. Hallucination has walked for more importantly, after the 0-10 he hasn't died, so that technically is a power spike in my
Yeah,
opinion, so that Lulu's going to be happy about that.
definitely,
But tier
definitely.
2 will be following the top side. A nice push gameplay coming in from Revenants. They're sitting very closely over. They've come in. Teacher is all alone. A nice
Oh,
Carolyn lands onto Crown from the other side of the wall. Harambe can't do much. He's caught out.
oh,
This is GG, ladies and gentlemen, in this fight. I really like the engages that are coming out from this team. Yunara will be picking up another triple kill by the end of it. Aizen has gone 12, 2, and 14. And this is all she wrote for OG in this competition. A reverse of what the upper bracket semi-final looked like. And it will be Revenants moving forward to face against Cacao Gaming in tomorrow's grand finals.
oh man. That was just like the nail in the coffin. That they needed that Baron, they needed that push, and honestly, OG could not really do anything right there. I feel like Camille was just too overextended, and they punished her for it, for her split pushing, and like again, once again, beautiful ult by Maokai. I feel like his ults were very, very crucial throughout this whole game, and they were able to win that fight. It's crazy, and congratulations to Revenant for qualifying to the grand finals. Really well played by them. They made a big comeback after the second, like after the first game. The first game totally felt like a warm up for them.
And this is like complete actual reverse of what happened in upper bracket semifinals, because that was technically a 3-1 in favor of OGs, and Revenants will be taking this series 3-1 in their own favor. And this is where I was talking about the lack of appeal later on for the game. The only fight where it looked like OGs came out on top is when Harambe was left unchecked and the CC was used earlier on other members from Revenants. So that's where he actually shone. But if he maybe had more appeal, if maybe the draft looked a bit better from OGs, it might have been a exciting chance. But draft wise, essentially, I had already pretty much locked in Revenants coming out on top. I don't know why Aizen has been shown as a Kaiser, because he is a Yunara and they do not look that alike, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, that's the only problem here. It is Aizen actually as the Yunara did really well. I really liked the amount of damage he was deal, but I think it's a lot about how his team set him up in these fights. Bob goes in very nicely, gets good
Definitely.
ultimates, a good scatters of the wins coming from the Unseen Blade, who honestly, in my opinion, did phenomenally in this game. Top side was pretty much an island. Nothing actually happened over there. Nobody has to look at that pretty much, because that's just how top is. They were impactful in team fights. Later on, Crowd tried to do his best locking up targets. He did do a good job split pushing, but at the end of the day, if his team can't hold it off on the other side, the split pushing doesn't matter that much.
Definitely, definitely. And I feel like he was punished the last death he did. He was punished for that split push, and it is a bit traumatizing, I must say. And again, the whole team, I feel like they had the proper peel. The Maokai was an amazing pick for Revenant. He did set up a really good ults throughout the team fights. All of the team fights was really, really good. And I feel like all the carry and the damage for Revenant was able to perform because their team was there to help them out, which I felt like OG lacked a bit, especially like they were there at the wrong time. They were not able to secure, like they were at soul point, but they were not able to secure that soul point, unfortunately. And like once again, Revenant learned how to adapt to the situation and how to overcome that. Like first game, the split push by Fiora was an issue, but this time they did not let that bother them, and they're like, no, we need to finish this before this goes south.
Exactly, and the pressure was coming in. CCs were very nicely chained together, very nicely layered up in these fights, and the pressure was that they let, honestly, OGs go to 3 Drakes, which I thought was maybe a slight mistake for them, but they had a good game plan. After that, they denied every Drake back to back to back. They put OGs on soul point for around 15 to 17 minutes, and every single fight they were winning. They had a nice, I think the only problem was when that overextend was going to the position base, but just looking at the scoreboard of the last game of the evening, this is Revenants taking this game in 38 minutes, close to what game 1 was, honestly. I think that was 39 minutes and 0.5 seconds or something. So this was just pretty much just around the corner. They start the day as they ended, but in opposite fashion. This one, Revenants came out on top, 35 kills to 23 kills for OG. 82k gold for Revenants, just to the 71k for OGs. The 9 towers to just, no, actually, not just 7 towers for OGs. OGs had pushed quite a bit, and a lot of it that is Zuko split pushing, honestly, and then bot side pressure later on. And this is maybe them getting pressure pre 30 minutes, honestly. And this was such a long game. We had 3 Barons, okay? 3 Barons have been taken, a Rift Herald, the Void Crabs, everything going that side. And the man on your screen has to be, I think it's slightly tight between him and Aizen, and maybe just the rest of the team. Everyone played really good. The Unseen Blade is your MVP for game 4. 8 kills, 3 deaths, 19 assists, and a lot of those assists are from that Scatter of the Wind that he did do very, very nicely. He initiated a lot. I really like the 3-man that he got in the bot side near the bot tri-push there, over there. The 823 damage per minute, the 7.4 CS per minute numbers are pretty much irrelevant compared to the amount of impact a Syndra has in a game.
Oh man, definitely. And like I'm also like a big fan of the Maokai. He played really well even when he was with him. But here is the brackets, guys. Kakao Gaming winning the upper brackets final, qualifying for the grand finals, and Revenant winning the lower bracket finals, securing their position in the grand finals. Tomorrow we will be seeing these two teams going head to head. It will be best of 5 again between these two teams, and Revenant was able to take their sweet, sweet revenge and beat OG this game. Oh man. Unfortunate for OG's Lulu, I must say. 0-10. That is just unfortunate. Was not able to hit that power spike.
Hey, Hallucination has won my heart before. He'll win it again in the future. I respect the Lulu. Maybe not the best series coming out for Hallucination this time, but I think OGs will come back stronger. And just a fitting story, at least, also like storyline wise, that Revenants will get their revenge against OGs, because it was a bit of an upset when OGs beat them out in that upper bracket semifinal. So Revenants trying to put the order of nature to rest over here as they secure their spot to face against Kakao Gaming. They're in the grand finals, and I think they have a very, very big battle up ahead of them, because Kakao Gaming has been seeming they've just pretty much steamrolled every single team that they have fought. But on that note, it's been me, Madness, alongside Nuko, as well as Potato Monster for this evening. We hope to see you for the grand finals tomorrow, and have a good night.
Good night.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all they got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. I'm like, I'm gonna win. Flip the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all they got. I'm going to the top. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop.